I'm not.
It's the splitting of the self, like I said in the beginning about Nazi doctors. The fact that you have two selves is the problem. The more that you can merge it together, then you can be able to acknowledge these
But I don't
dark
want to
sides.
merge it because the shadow self is racist. So I don't want to be merged, right? I want to separate.
You have to. Yeah, because the thing is, when you don't merge them together, your shadow self is out here being racist and you're not even aware of it because that self, right? The
So
way
I gotta pull him in, I gotta merge him with mine, but then make it all not racist.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, where do I go from here as an individual on this anti-racist journey?
You should know whose land you're on. Our existence as Americans is predicated on other people's suffering. Learn about who is suffering because of our existence on this stolen land. It is important to feel bad about what your ancestors did.
Embrace the pain.
Yes.
To be a good ally, I need to be an activist. Our nation is littered with relics from our racist past. I'm on a mission to right historical wrongs. I needed some help, so I asked Ben, one of my 17 black friends, to join me on my quest to change the world.
We have a petition. We're hoping that maybe you're willing to sign it. We have a petition. We want to rename the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument. Because, of course, George Washington was a slave owner. Yep. And so in some ways it's symbolic symmetry. It's George for George, you might say. Would you mind signing?
I'll see why not.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, man, I love that.
We're talking about painting it black. We're going to raise it 30%, increase in the height. Excuse me, sir. Sir, we have a petition, sir, for historical inequities to redress.
Is there a black person around here? I would hug them and apologize to them all day long for what happened.
There's a black person right here. Does he not exist?
I'm sorry, I just didn't look that direction.
It sounds like you're in the habit of overlooking marginalized communities.
Brother, you are an American. I love you. I'm sorry for what happened in the past.
So
I really am.
Let's just sign it and move on. You don't have an opinion, but you'll sign it anyway?
If that's what you'd like me to, I can help.
I would like you to.
I can help you guys out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sign here?
Yes, absolutely.
I think it's a beautiful idea.
You think it's a beautiful idea?
I do.
We've got an encouraging number of signatures so far. We have a petition to redress historical inequities. Would you mind signing it? You will? We want to rename the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument. Thank you so much. If you're willing to.
Can't agree with that.
Yeah, will you sign it?
Yeah. So are you going to erase all of it?
Yes.
No.
Can you sign it anyway?
Nope.
Getting people to agree to change the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument seemed ambitious. I'm pleasantly surprised people are willing to erase our problematic history.
If you want to stop being racist, do the work.
There's a controversial documentary out entitled Deconstructing Karen.
How many of you would trade places with a black person in this society? Raise your hand.
Today, on an all-new Dr. Phil, Regina Jackson and Tyler Rao, they are co-founders of Race to Dinner. What did you expect at these dinners?
It's basically exactly what we expected when we got. Some women are ready to do the work, but pretty much when they come to the dinners, it's not me. I'm not racist.
Hold on a minute. I've heard of these ladies before.
Race to Dinner is a thing that they do. Basically, this book is saying, like, we need to stop being nice about racism.
Stop being nice about racism? What a concept. Apparently, you just pay these ladies thousands of dollars to come over for dinner and call you racist. It's genius. I absolutely need to attend one of these dinners. But there's a big problem. Only white women are allowed to attend. Why do white women get to have all the fun? I need to find another way to earn a seat at the table.
Okay, so at these dinners, we only have one rule. And the rule is that if you have to cry, you have to leave the table. Generally, we will have the hostess set up a room, with lots of tissue and everything, so you can go in there and sob your heart out. When a white woman starts crying, it draws all the attention from the room onto that poor white woman.
Yeah. Even the language of whiteness softens everything. White fragility. So what that is, and by the way, a white woman, your hero, Robin DiAngelo, coined that term, and it's for when black and brown people talk about racism, and then white people get upset, angry, and then deflect the conversation. By not wanting to address your racism and your white supremacy, that is upholding white supremacy. That is not fragile. So just think about how even language to describe your violent behavior is couched in ways to make you all seem delicate.
And to make you comfortable.
So
Keep your feet on the ground.
tell us one instance that your racism has shown up
You
recently.
got my attention.
And that's either something you
Didn't do?
thought, or an action.
I'm
So
the
my
finest
husband's
wires
black,
in the land.
so it can be an everyday white supremacist thing. Like if I'm out in public
See
and
you soon.
he's like really loud or something, and I'll shush him.
Why do you do that?
Usually because we're in a space that I think should be quiet, which is probably my white supremacy talking.
So that's basically tone policing. A black person who happens to be your husband. Okay. Who's next?
This one mom starts going on about how her white son is so screwed. Been rejected here, and white boy, white boy.
All right, white entitlement, white centering, tone policing, white silence. White women own slaves. Period. That's what it is. Let's be clear what's happening in this country is Nazism. Republicans are Nazis. I assume it sounds like everyone here is probably not a Republican. I might be wrong. Am I wrong about is there any Republican at this table? You cannot separate yourselves from the bad white people. The proliferation of guns has happened every time whites feel terrified of black and brown people, which is literally every 10 seconds, but also when there's an event like Obama, like Ferguson, like 9/11, like COVID-19, like COVID-19. You've been killing all of us, right? Primarily black folks, and we're just right behind, right? There's the hierarchy. Whiteness is even more insidious than I even knew even a year ago. And whiteness also robs you of your brain. You all gave up your reproductive health rights without, you wouldn't even get off your Peloton bike for 10 minutes to go protest that.
Did you want a second roll?
No, thank you. Oh, okay. I'm good.
Black people know that white people believe they need their guns to protect yourselves from us.
We have decided that it's okay for the Second Amendment, which is literally synonymous with white supremacy, to be our Bible. This is what anti-racism is. It's actually what anti-whiteness is. It has to burn. The entire system has to burn. And I'm not going to even use save this country. This country is not worth saving. This country is a piece of shit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, sorry.
But yes, aren't you all tired of living like this? I mean, I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades, and it was a miserable experience. And really, the hatred of yourselves and each other is like the not seeing your power, the being afraid. Like, all you do is talk shit about each other, talk shit about yourself. Oh my God, I'm so fat.
That's all they do. I'm telling you, these white women.
But that's it. I'm so fat, I'm so stupid, I'm blah, blah, blah.
Sorry.
Your kids are watching you, and they're watching you talking shit about each other, raging against the machine, or being silent, whatever the hell it is that you're doing or not doing, and they know that you're not doing shit for them.
That's so important. That is so important what you just said. It's really important. That's all.
We may have to add you to our team.
Oh, I would love to take a seat and join you.
No, you're not allowed to.
Okay.
Definitely not allowed.
I do have my DEI certification that I got. So I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I'm also not a novice. So okay.
White people are starved for these conversations.
We are. We're so starving.
Yeah.
We are so starving for this.
Anyone else want to say anything?
I'll just say one thing. I'm so glad we can have these conversations, and I'll be done. But I'm just so glad we can all get together to have these conversations. That's all I wanted to say.
Is he an actor? Are you an actor?
Oh, no.
Can you let us? We're trying to listen and trying to have this conversation.
Okay. You know, we're all acting all the time in our lives, and I think that.
No, you're just being obnoxious, my bro.
That's what I'm always trying to tell people, especially, you know, white women. No offense, but
No, but see, like, you're a white dude. There's power positions, and you know, it's pointing white people pointing fingers at each other is not helpful.
You know, I've been on this journey for so long, and just to see you guys at the table having this conversation has been really enlightening for me. Anyway, I got the DEI certification, and I'm just on the journey. All right, you ladies have a great night.
Decolonize yourself. Do your own white supremacy dismantling, and then you can start to bring in other people.
Can I just say one last thing? Can I just propose a toast? I mean, just raise a glass. All the rest of it. To races. What a charming group of ladies. I've learned a lot from my fellow anti-racists, but now it's time to evangelize. To go to white America and teach them about their privilege. This biker bar will do just fine. I'm sure these people would love to have an honest dialogue about the perils of whiteness. What are you doing personally in your life to decenter your whiteness?
What do you mean decenter it?
Well, take it away from the center of...
Who's making it the center? Why are they doing that? Why race has to be thrown in? I mean,
you're white.
So? Who cares? I mean, really, the way that the world's going right now, people need to be concerned with how they're going to feed their families, not what color's that man's skin. I got black friends. I love them, too. But they know they're black.
Do you know they're black?
Of course I do, and I like it. Good for them.
Well, you know, one thing I've learned is that if you meet a black person, you want to forget that they're black, but don't forget that they're black.
Why would you want to forget they're black?
Well, don't, but also don't.
Are they a friend? Then you should embrace them being black. I think black men should have pride in being black. And I think you should have pride in being white.
Well, I agree with the first. Hello, sir?
Nice.
What's your name?
Pat.
Pat?
Yeah.
What about you? Do you have kids? Do you have a wife?
Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 kids. And
2 or 3 kids?
yeah.
And you don't have to give me the whole list, but what are some ways that you're confronting your whiteness?
My whiteness?
Yeah.
I get along good with black people. I used to have a black brother. I called him my brother. He called me his brother.
Was he really your brother?
No, he wasn't.
You were calling a black man brother?
Yeah. I have more black friends living in Hartsville than I have white friends.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's in your own life, but systemically,
Considering the way things have got now.
Yeah. Just to summarize, but what do you think about this issue of heteronormativity and how it intersects with the broader structures of racism in society? I mean, ultimately, how do we get to a point of, let's say, racial harmony?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you what I see.
It's a lot to think about on my own journey. It's good to talk to you. I'm a vegetarian as well. Just starting on the vegan journey also, so I'm glad to know. It's
Vagina, Terry.
Vagina.
What is that? It's a little bit of a sexist joke.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
What do you think about racism in society? Do you think it's a big problem?
I was born in 1960. My dad, my uncle, my granddaddy were
Can I
Klansmen.
help you? All righty
It never
then.
affected me.
But you're not
No,
racist?
no, not at all.
And how do you know? How do either of you know that you're, whether
Because
or not
I accept people as they are.
Exactly.
If you approach me as a human being, then I'm gonna be a human being too.
We all bleed the same way.
what do you think about systemic racism?
Systemic, what the hell is that?
Is the system
Off with you.
constructed in such a way as to marginalize people of color?
You want to do away with racism? How are you? Quit labeling people as black and white.
Exactly.
But that's color blindness, which is problematic.
If I meet you as a black man and
You got my
you
attention.
approach me, I shake your hand, we go in here, we have a conversation, we have a beer, or ride down the road on a motorcycle. What's your color got to do with it? It's all right here, Bubba.
You take me ride that street, you ride. And I don't care what color they are, you gotta treat each other right.
I was expecting these bikers would be a bunch of racists. Obviously, I was right. These people haven't even started to decenter their whiteness. Now I need to go deeper into the racist South so that I can talk to people of color about their lived experience with racism.
I was in the drug game for 18 years of my life, man, and 14 and a half years went all to incarceration.
So how did you get out?
I got out through the pages of the Word of God.
My parents always taught me to love everybody. Don't allow skin color to ever become a problem for you.
We didn't see colors, baby, because we grew up together, and you know it was a lot of love.
Inherent dignity is in all of us.
Though we're different in so many ways, we're still alike in so many more ways.
So we all one in God's sight. Yes.
So how long have you owned the shop here?
I came in August the 15th, 1971, from British Guyana.
Did you start a family and all that?
Yes, and altogether I got 53 grandchildren.
Wow.
Yeah.
You think the country's been good to you?
Yeah, very good. Very good, yeah.
How do you feel about America today?
America, man, is a beautiful country. A beautiful country. I don't have no problem here.
A lot of people pretty critical of this country, and you know.
I don't know why.
It can be kind of a racist country.
No. No.
You experience a lot of microaggressions out here?
Nah, not healthy. No.
But what about the systemic issue? Systemic.
What do you mean by systemic?
Well, the whole country, the system. The system is racist.
Not to me.
Not to you?
No, not to me, man. I don't think about those things, racism and all that stuff.
I've been reading a lot of books recently. Robin DiAngelo, White Fragility, obviously. We're reading a lot of anti-racist literature.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't read them things.
What do you read?
The only thing I read is the Bible. I got it in my car right there. If you go to my car, you see right there on the seat.
So you haven't read any Robin DiAngelo?
No. Robert DiAngelo, who is that?
Well, she's a anti-racist.
No. I never read them kind of books. If I get a book like that, I put it down. I don't want it.
I got a couple copies in my car. I can give you one.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. No, because that is not in my heart. No.
I've kind of been working on decentering my whiteness.
Oh, your whiteness? No, baby, I'll bleed the same thing, dude. If I cut you right now, you will bleed just like me. It's just the color of your skin.
How do we get past all the talk about racism and the...
We gotta love each other, like I said. We have to love each other. That's how you get past racism.
Well, it can't be that simple.
Huh?
Is it that simple?
Well, I mean, to me.
Something's not right. These people said the same thing as those bikers. White supremacy is more pervasive than I ever imagined. I need to talk to someone who has stared directly into the face of racism.
July 16th, 2022. Difficult day for you.
Very.
and for America.
The Popular Kids amusement park apologized after a video went viral that appeared to show a costume character snubbing two black girls.
Okay, you see the character coming, high-fiving everybody as it goes down the street, gets to those two little girls, it appears to just flat out say no, and you see the little girls and their faces and they're heartbroken.
Meet Jody Brown, the mother who was victimized at the hands of Rosita, the Sesame Street character. She was reluctant to talk about the traumatic incident, but for $50,000, she was willing to tell her tragic story. Now, you have described this moment as disgusting.
Because I feel like if you are able to acknowledge someone before my children and after my children, you could have stopped 2 seconds just to say hello.
This was something targeted at children, you and your child.
It was a very intentional racist act.
We don't want some explanation that, oh, the performer didn't see these two young girls, which one of them is in isolation today from the harm that has been caused by this company. We're going to demand that they take care of any type of health care or mental care expenses that these children have realized.
And who is Rosita? Who's in that costume? I think that person needs to be, you know, held accountable, fired and held to account.
Absolutely fired.
Well, before you fire them, teach them why they're being fired.
Yeah.
And then let them go. And then let them go.
How do we fix the endemic racism among mascots?
Mascots, I feel like, need to be trained better.
Do you know who the employee is that was in
No.
the costume?
But that information was never given to me.
Do we know if they're white?
That information was also not given to me.
Do you think American society is racist?
There is an epidemic of hate in the United States of America.
Threats of violence, threats of death and destruction.
Hate and racism are alive and well in America.
This is just absolutely crazy.
She was verbally attacked by a group of men. And I heard distinctly them saying Donald Trump.
Where a hate crime is being investigated.
Third consecutive year, a noose has been found on campus.
Bitter, brutal hate crimes that are on the rise.
17% increase.
20% increase.
55%.
Hate crimes have surged. More than 7,200 hate crimes.
A noose was found in Bubba's garage.
It's not about racing. It's about race.
From the Jussie Smollett hate crime case shows what appears to be a noose around the Empire actor's neck.
You could not get more reprehensible than a noose.
We have a media that's saying it's a debate whether or not what just happened to Jussie Smollett is a hate crime. It's absurd.
I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
Right now, there is a domestic terrorism prevention bill moving through the House.
The COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. Thank you.
The Hate Crimes Task Force is investigating
Hate crimes. Hate crimes.
the hate crime.
Hate crime.
Hate crime.
Hate crimes. Thoughts?
Great to meet
I
you.
think that hate crimes are
Thanks,
bad.
Travels.
Hate in general is not good.
But they're everywhere now.
No.
It's an epidemic.
No, it's not. Well, out of what, 20 million
Great to
index
meet you.
crimes a year,
Well
there are
met.
6,000, 7,000 hate crimes? No, there's no epidemic. This is one of those things where there's a huge disconnect between media presentation, and this really is something I research professionally. And one of the reasons that you're probably talking to me also is that I wrote the book Hate Crime Hoax, and I mean, I noted that over a period of maybe
You wrote the book called what?
Hate Crime Hoax. I pointed out that a lot of these incidents, Jussie Smollett, Covington Catholic, Yasmin Sweed, Duke Lacrosse, Bubba Wallace.
Terrible story.
But it didn't happen. That's the thing. None of the stories that I'm mentioning happened. I mean, you could just go on and on with this. Kansas State with the horrible racial epithets written on upscale vehicles.
Okay, let's slow down here for a moment. So you wrote the book Hate Crime Hoax.
Yes.
We're missing a word in our notes on that.
Yeah,
the
that's
head
an
of
issue from the producer there if it just says hate crimes or hate crime epidemic or something like that.
Yeah. And you say that you're black?
Yes.
Don't the statistics show that anti-black hate crimes are a huge problem? You break down the statistics.
Well, I think that depends on your definition of a
Allow me to
huge
express my
problem. I mean, so the
one of the biggest problems.
No, the statistics absolutely do not show that.
What are the statistics?
If you go into the FBI numbers annually, there are maybe 7,000 actual reported, documented hate crimes in a typical
day.
In a typical year. But the total number of crimes in the United States, more than 2 million committed by African Americans, almost 1 million committed against African Americans. This is just violent crimes. And it's just the case that there are way more crimes than there are hate crimes. No one thinks that direct racial conflict is one of the biggest problems in the country unless they've been told by the media that it is.
But why are we talking about statistics? This is not a matter of statistics.
Well, you asked me about the statistics.
Every week, practically, we hear another story about someone reporting a hate crime. Let's say they found a noose. They found a racist note on a receipt.
So saying there's a hate crime every week is absolutely meaningless. If you really wanted to solve crime, you'd talk about black-on-black crime, you talk about addiction in poor white communities, you talk about almost anything but what the major media seems intent on focusing on. Most of those stories turn out to be complete fakes. It seems like the real conversation to have would be about something like hysteria and neuroticism among Americans.
It becomes an opportunity for a conversation about race in America. And we could always use more of that.
I absolutely disagree that we
With
could
what
all,
part?
that we could, well, I disagree with all of that.
Have you heard yet that I'm a certified DEI expert? Here's my certification.
DiversityInclusionTraining.com, making compliance fast, easy, and painless.
You don't need to read that much. Just give it.
Okay. I don't know, something brings
That's not the point.
The demand for racism in society right now greatly outweighs the supply. We've attached a sort of value to being a victim. People report these crimes because they know the response will be immediate, it will be sensationalistic, it will be very supportive. Why would Jussie Smollett say what he did? The entire thing was complete nonsense, and I think most serious people knew this from the beginning.
If it was such an obvious hoax, then why did it go to the media from Kamala Harris, all the late night talk shows?
The question is not why would they ever say something that's not true? It's sort of why do we believe? Because this had a major national impact. This itself impacted race relations by a couple of points.
Despite what the statistics say, this country isn't safe for people of color. I've heard it over and over. If only I could walk in their shoes, then I'd really know what they go through.
God, no.
Looks cold out there. Man, I'm hungry. Where can I get food at this hour?
People kill me when they say things like that because it's like Subway is open 24 hours for a reason. So that when you're hungry at night and you ain't got no food, you go to Subway.
What happened that night, Jussie?
I went to the Subway and got the order. You have to understand also that it's Chicago in winter. The intersection, I heard Empire.
Daily Wire.
I don't answer to Empire. My name ain't Empire. And I didn't answer. I kept walking, and then I heard Empire. So I turned around and I said, "Did you just say that?" And I see the attacker asked. I had said that they were wearing MAGA hats. I never said that. And he said, "This MAGA punches me right in the face." So I punched his ass back. And then we started tussling. You know, it was very icy. fighting. There was a second person involved who was kicking me in my back. And then I smelled bleach. I know the smell of bleach.
Hit him with the bleach! Hit him with the bleach!
Then it just stopped. And they ran off. And then I look down and I see that there's a rope around my neck.
You hadn't noticed it before?
No,
You didn't
because
see?
it was so fast. I noticed the rope around my neck and I started screaming. And I said, there's a rope around my neck.
If the attackers are never found, how will you be able to heal?
I don't know. Let's just hope that they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not go there yet.
On second thought, I don't really feel like Subway. Hi, Robin. Robin DiAngelo. It's an honor. It's an honor to meet you. It's nice to meet you, Robin DiAngelo. Dr. Robin DiAngelo. Is there a Mr. DiAngelo? Asking for a friend. Someone of your esteemed... Robin, would you sign my book? Your book. Would you sign my book I have of yours? I'm pleading with you to sign my... Please, would you sign my book? To your friend, Matt. Okay. This is it. Don't screw this up. Don't mess this up. Let's do the work. Hi, Robin.
Hi. And what's your name? Matt. Hi, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
Just had to ask who you are because you have to be careful.
Never be too careful. Let's start with the book, one of the most important books of the past century, I would say, for my money, White Fragility. You've been in this field for a long time, you've done a lot. What sort of organizations have you worked with?
Do you want me to name?
Sure, I mean...
Should I name it? Like, okay. Well, but I don't want to be held responsible for what they do. Netflix, Google, Amazon, Snapchat.
What do you do for them?
Sometimes it's a workshop where it's interactive. Maybe it would take place over several hours or a day.
Well, let's start with some definitions. And probably the biggest one to define is racism.
Well, if you're talking about a white person, and you say this person is racist, you're basically, to me, saying this person is a product of their society.
Is it possible for a white person to be not racist?
I think in a given moment, we can be more or less racist. And so I think of it more as a continuum than an either or.
Is there any way to get rid of white privilege? If an individual says, I don't want to have this privilege of being
Is there any way for a man to say, I don't want this privilege? I mean, we live in patriarchy. And you can't just opt out. You can do your best to challenge it. That in a way, is opting out.
That confuses me, too, because I don't want to mansplain or white-splain.
Yeah, well, okay.
What maybe that's an important
Yeah.
segue. What is mansplaining?
Well, it would be you explaining to me either why what you just did wasn't sexism, or explaining...
I don't think that's what it is. I think mansplain is to make an assumption, to say something in an assuming way. You talked about the problem of over-smiling, which really resonated with me. Sometimes smiling at a black person can be racist.
It's a reminder, this 1,000 daily cuts. It's a reminder of your position in relation to that other person, right? Because that person likely knows why I'm smiling at them. When I go to the grocery store, I don't really look at anybody. I just do my thing. But I see a black person, I feel almost an uncontrollable sense of urgency to signal to them that I'm okay and that I'm not racist and that they're welcome.
Would the right strategy to be for a white person to say, well, hey, I'm just going to operate
in this situation as a normal person. I'm not going to think about race. I'm not going to notice. Just see people as human beings. Is that the right way?
No, because first of all, you do see them as black person. You do. I mean, like, I'm not going to pretend I don't notice that there's a black person in the grocery store.
So we want to notice race, but not
talk to me.
We want to be honest that we do it. We do notice race.
We don't notice it. Don't focus on it.
Yeah.
But think about it. But I mean, you notice it. Focus on it a little bit. Not too much.
Yeah, you know, it's a balance, right?
I hear, forget that I'm black, don't forget that I'm black. Notice, don't notice. Don't deny that you're racist, but also try not to be racist, but also don't realize that you're. It makes me.
Yeah.
It makes me. It makes me feel overwhelmed. And,
yeah.
I know you work on this in your seminars, people workshopping actual real-life scenarios. So would you mind kind of a role play where I will, in this scenario, be the person of color who's bringing concern to you, and then you'll show how to navigate that?
Sure.
Okay, so workplace scenario. Hi, Robin.
Hi.
I noticed you passed by me in the hall earlier today. Really overdoing the smile, and it made me feel patronized, and it felt racist. And I'm thinking about going to HR about it.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know, and I imagine that's not without its risks. I certainly would not have intended to have that impact on you, but I'm very clear that I did have that impact on you. I would love to offer you a repair if that's something you're ready for.
I don't want to talk about it right now because I'm hurt.
Okay, understood. If that changes, let me know.
When I'm ready to talk, I'll talk to you.
Understood.
What I would like to do, let's fast forward another day. Next day.
Okay.
Hi, Robin. Passed by in the hall again, and this time you didn't even smile at all at me.
Okay.
And it made me feel otherized, excluded, marginalized, vaporized. Now I'm really thinking about going to HR. I don't feel comfortable with you in this workplace with me.
Okay. And yesterday we had the over smiling incident.
Yeah. Now it's under smiling.
I would say I'm a little bit confused about how best to proceed. I can't deny that I am. Would you be willing to give me some guidance?
I don't think it's up to me to educate you.
Understood. Is there anyone you trust that I could talk to? Maybe another white person who's understanding.
At this point, I think we should take separate hallways.
Okay.
So.
Understood.
This was a very nuanced situation.
Yeah, I did my best. That's probably what I would do in that situation.
The very last thing that I want to do, and it doesn't even feel right to me to end this conversation, especially when there are people of color in the room.
Okay.
Ben, if you're willing to come and sit with us for just a moment.
Sure. So it's Ben.
Yeah, this is Ben, producer on the film. And I thought it would be a powerful opportunity to speak directly to a person of color and confront our racism and also apologize for the white supremacist systems that oppress Ben. So, do you want to go first?
Well, on behalf of myself and my fellow white people, I apologize. It is not you, it is us. As long as I'm standing, I will do my best to challenge it.
I want to pay you reparations right now. Will you accept?
I won't turn it down.
Okay. I don't know. It's 20. Well. Okay. Will you accept?
I won't turn it down.
Okay. I don't know. It's 20. Well. This is all I have. I know that doesn't make up for 400 years of oppression, but it's all that I have to give.
I don't know if it's ever enough, but what I can say is I appreciate the fact that you're putting in the work. You know, I think you're right. I don't think it'll ever end, but there's small progress I think we made today.
Did you want to pay any?
That was really weird.
Why was it weird?
It just seemed really weird to me.
Why?
Because you just took out your wallet, and I don't know. Because I think reparations is like a systemic dynamic and approach. And so, I mean, I think there may be some people who would be offended by. Clearly, we're not offended by that.
I won't turn down cash.
I think are we gonna allow ourselves to be uncomfortable and just do what we can personally, or are we gonna sit around waiting for the system to catch up?
Yeah, they go together, right?
Yeah, but this is something that I can do right now. Why wouldn't I do it?
Well, clearly, I mean, you did it, and he was comfortable with it. I just seemed like it's not a systemic approach, or it just seemed.
It's not, because I'm not waiting for the system.
Yeah.
I'm acting as an individual.
I can go get some cash for sure. You might, yeah.
If that's something you think.
Yeah, I
would
don't
be
mind.
a step.
If that would be something that would be comfortable for you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's all cash I have.
Oh, well, you know.
Usually carry cash.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
This is powerful to me. I thank you for
Sure.
for doing that. Well, the last thing is, will you sign my book?
Oh, of course.
If you don't mind.
I'm definitely going to process that.
The student has become the teacher. My moment has finally arrived. It's time to show other white people how to do the work and make a little money in the process. I'm taking everything I've learned on my anti-racist journey and turning it into my own online DEI course. Now anybody can earn their own DEI certificate, and I've already made $3,248. But for a more in-depth approach, I'm rolling out an in-person workshop. I'm calling it the Do the Work Workshop.
With the purpose of providing practical and innovative, long-lasting solutions to promote equality in our society, Do the Work Workshop was born.
Our next guest offers a bold and uncompromising workshop that aims to bring lasting change.
So what you're doing is you're stretching, and this is more for you and less for you, but you're stretching up like this, and you're stretching out. And what you're doing is you're stretching out of your whiteness. Okay, so you're decentering your whiteness. You're stretching out of your whiteness, and you're bringing those other experiences into yourself.
What exactly does it mean to do the work with Do the Work Workshop?
What does it mean to you to do the work?
There's a reason we say do the work, that it is work that you have to do. It's right there in the name. You know, what is the work? It's the work that we're doing. It's about the doing, and it's also about the work. What is to do? It is to do the thing. We might also use the analogy, another one I like, of raking leaves. The leaves of racism are falling, we're raking them, they keep falling, we rake them. But you don't get to a point where you say, well, I'm done with the leaves. Then you have leaves all over the yard.
How can somebody get involved if they're watching this right now?
Where can people get a hold of you and see you for your next workshop?
We're doing the work as we speak. The workshop is happening this fall if you would like to sign
You
up.
don't need to bring anything with you but an open mind. We're not letting anyone in who doesn't have an open mind. Also, there's a fee, of course, as well. That's described on the website. But, you know, the open mind is the main thing.
Matt, the certified DEI Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Finding white people willing to do the work isn't exactly easy. So I also advertise my workshop on Craigslist, which, as we know, is the best place for finding white people who are willing to do just about anything.
Who's ready to do the work? Anybody? I know I am. Welcome to the Do the Work workshop. Thank you all for being here. Listen, let's get the credentials out of the way up front. I am a certified diversity, equity, and inclusion expert. I have the card and all that, but I keep the card in the back pocket for this because I'm just a person on a journey, just like many of you. But by the end of the 9 steps, you're going to start to feel more like an anti-racist ally. That ultimately is our goal here. Let's dive in right away with step 1. And here's where we reflect both externally and internally. It's all about adopting an appropriate attitude of humility and also realizing that racism lurks many places in society where we don't expect it. It's going to seem a little strange. So I'll look around the room and point to who we believe, just by looking, is the most racist person in the room. If you could point.
I'm out, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Have a lovely
Thank
day.
you. Thank you, I appreciate it, but that's definitely not my...
It's uncomfortable. Here's where I'm pointing. But why don't we think about pointing at ourselves? Why would we rather get up and leave the room? Let's go to step 2. This is a pretty simple, basic, anti-racist concept. Racism is non-binary. What does that mean? It means racism is on a spectrum. What does that mean? It means that racism is fluid. You might move up or down. So you might say, well, I'm kind of a 3 on the racism scale, but there may be moments when you're a 6, when you're a 9, God forbid. So you all have numbers on your desks, and those are magnetized. Where do you think that you are on this scale right now? Wherever you would judge yourself. So everybody wants to be, obviously we've got a little bit of a traffic jam over at 01, 2. Let's just keep that, we're gonna keep that up there. We're gonna keep that in mind as we move on. Now next we move on to what this whole workshop is really about, which is uncomfortable conversations. Because until we're willing to talk about these things, healing can't really begin. So I want you to think back to a racist moment in your life, just something that you remember, you did or said, you wish you could take it back. But how does the healing start if we're not willing to admit and talk about it? I'll give you a racist moment of mine from 2 months ago, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was at a traffic light in my car. I see a black man, a man of color, appears to be walking up to my car. What do? I check to make sure the doors were locked. And immediately I thought, I hope he didn't hear that little click sound. Why did I do that? Thought he might be trying to carjack me. Unconscious bias. Now, in this case, the guy behind me did get carjacked. But does that mean that the assumption was fair? Anybody else would like to share? Number 8, racist moment.
When I was getting my license, when I was 16, I was in the DMV and I was really stressed out. It was like a terrible day. Despacito was a song playing on the radio. And I was just like so annoyed by it. I was like, oh my God, I've heard this song so many times. And I just sort of like blurted out and I was like, oh God, like, can you please turn off the song? The guy at the DMV was a Puerto Rico guy and he just got really like offended by it. And I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I really didn't mean that. I just kind of yelled at the song because I was feeling bad inside, but it just came off really bad. And I still feel bad about that every day.
Was racist. We're not here to lie to ourselves. Now things are getting heated up. Now we move on to step 6, over-smiling. When you're in the room with a black person, a person of color, there's this compulsion that people have to smile too much. You're overcompensating. I like to put words into action. So Ben, if you wouldn't mind, Ben, let's put Ben here. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Now, Ben is gonna stand here and let's try to look at Ben in the least racist way that we know how. Well, number 2, you're not even looking at him.
I think he's not looking at us, so it's kind of awkward to look at someone like they're a specimen, that makes sense. Like the exercise itself is a little awkward in that.
It's not his job as a black man to make us feel comfortable in this moment.
That's not what I was saying, though.
Thanks, Ben. Now, we're gonna really take the gloves off. This is where things get real. White silence. White silence is when we remain silent in the face of bigotry and racism. Now, what we like to tell ourselves is that as long as I'm not using the N-word, okay, as long as I'm not voting for Donald Trump, I'm not racist. By not taking action in the face of racism, we are participating in that racism. But here's the good news. It's never too late to break the white silence and speak up against racism. Things are gonna get really uncomfortable now, especially for me, because what I wanna do is lead by example. My Uncle Frank is here today. Can we bring my Uncle Frank out? Thank you, Ben. Uncle Frank.
Your feet on the ground.
It was 20 years ago that you sat at the dinner table with us, and not a day has gone by that I haven't thought about this. You sat at that dinner table and you made what you said was a joke. You asked the question, what's the difference between a Mexican man and a picnic table? And the answer was, a picnic table can support a family of 5. Still laughing. We all laughed at the table. I laughed, but I was scared and confused, and I was a coward. But I'm not gonna be a coward anymore, Uncle Frank. You had no right to make that joke. Latinx Americans, they come to this country and they work hard. And your little joke dehumanizes. It is not funny. Uncle Frank, it is not funny to mock marginalized people. It's not a joke. It's not funny. Uncle Frank. Okay, who wants to go next?
What?
Does anybody have some words for Uncle Frank? We're breaking the white silence here today. Number 6, you're of Hispanic descent. What are your thoughts?
I have a lot of thoughts, but I just feel like they'd be wasted on him. But I do have one thing to say, if with your permission. You.
Yeah, man, you.
Mm.
I don't talk to anyone in my family because they're all racist white pieces of trash in a lot of different ways, but the racism is the biggest reason. I have cut off every person in my life, including my mother and father, grandparents, everything. I do not give a
Powerful. The message is clear. Okay, Ben, if you wouldn't mind. Thanks, Uncle Frank. See you this weekend. All right, emotions are high, and this is where we finally get to step 9. We have to ask ourselves, are we ready for the healing pain? Now, this is when we get to the self-flagellation portion, which is the final step. Would you mind taking it? Okay, thank you.
Dude, this is ridiculous. I'm out
Me
here, dude.
too.
You're nuts, bro. I can't deal with this. I tried, man. I tried. I'm seriously done.
Well, I said it was going to be uncomfortable.
Why weren't they willing to whip themselves? Wait, why were these people willing to whip themselves? None of this feels right.
Hang on. This is probably too far. Okay, the workshop's over. It's over. That was That's step 9. So, yeah, it's over. Seriously. Yep. Thanks. Okay.
What am I doing? What have I become? Am I making the world better? Or am I just profiting on people's racial guilt? This is all wrong. I followed the anti-racist playbook, and it led to disaster.
All across America, many companies have implemented a division of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's important to have this in the workplace, no matter how big or small the organization may be. Joining us this morning is Matt, a certified diversity, equity, and inclusion expert. Good morning.
Morning.
Tell us about your journey.
It hasn't been great, honestly. Yeah.
And what led you to host this workshop? Why is this an important initiative, and how did you go about putting the workshop together?
We just did a workshop. You know, it didn't go well, honestly. I think it's doing more harm than good. This whole thing's a scam. I don't know.
So when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we mentioned, there are keys to what an organization should focus on. So what would you say is the key for the learning that we may want to be doing? Even if we're not quite there yet, right?
Just go live your life. I gotta go.
Black, right?
Yeah, thanks.
Haven't seen you around here in a while.
Yeah, I've been out doing the work.
Huh?
Been doing the work.
What does that mean?
Well,
White fragility is a really great place to start. The reason we cannot be colorblind now, we're still working on the problem.
I'm not going to pretend I don't notice that there's a black person in the grocery store.
DEI certified, I'm here to help.
We live in a white supremacist society. Whiteness is even more insidious than I even knew.
The only thing about white culture is buying things and stealing things.
And whiteness also robs you of your brain.
America is racist to its bones.
It has to burn. The entire system has to burn.
Why are you blaming me for what my ancestors did? It's not my fault.
We want to rename the George Washington Monument.
This country is a piece of shit.
Love is also not always patient and kind. It's not that much different than Nazi doctors.
Republicans are Nazis.
Kindness is not what it's called for.
It's not funny, Uncle Frank.
I can go get some cash for sure.
Raise a glass if you're racist.
Okay. Let me know if you need anything else.
you know, this experience has really taught me something. The anti-racist industry says that America is racist down to its bones. And if that were true, there wouldn't be anything we could do about it. White people could only wallow in their guilt, and black people in their victimhood. But it's a lie. It's a lie meant to manipulate us. Look, we'll never live in a utopia. We all know that. But we don't have to be held hostage by these race-baiting con artists who want us to be bitter and angry and resentful. They're selling us the disease, and they're telling us there's no cure. They don't say that I'm racist and you're a victim because that's what they think we are. They tell us that because that's what they want us to be. Well, it's time for us to say no.
Well, bless your heart. I got a lot of tables.
Hey, you want to hear a joke?
Am I racist? Why do you judge by the color of our faces? Is racial division just a plan by the matrix? They burn down our cities, then they get called courageous. Instead of condemning the media, give them praises. Oh man, what is the benefit? When the media ruin our images. If you a white male, you get called a white supremacist. If your opinion and the narrative have differences. Couple that in with all the censorship. And the damage they can do is limitless. No Brad Cooper, but celebrities defending it. Oh man, they gon' say I'm racist, but they call everybody racist. I guess that mean nobody is racist. Now it doesn't mean much.
Well, it's got kind of this already.
When you say it. Will you set us free? Woo! Set us free.
Thank you for calling the Boulder Bookstore. How can I help you?
Hi, I was just in the other day, and I saw a certain book that I wasn't ready to read at the time, but I think I'm ready. I wanted to see if you guys still had it in stock.
Yeah, what was the title?
It starts with an N. I don't remember the author.
Hi.
It's
You don't know the title of the book either?
well, it's because it starts with an N, and there's kind of it's a vowel, there's consonants, there's a vowel. It's one word.
I don't know how to look it up without the title or the author.
Well, it's got kind of, so it starts with an N, and then there's kind of an I there, and it's.
I mean, we've got thousands of books, so I don't really know how to look it up with just knowing the first two letters.
It's N-I, it's like the N-I, it's the G is in there, and there's another one.
Do you want a brief hold and go check? Thanks for holding. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, maybe try to think of the title if you can and call
Well,
back.
it's no, sorry, I know the title. I can't say the title. And I don't know. I don't think you can say it either. So I don't. It's a triggering title. Actually, it rhymes with trigger actually, and so. But that's what I was wondering if it was there.
I mean, I didn't see it when I just went and looked.
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's that book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good day.
Great to meet you. See you soon. What's on your mind?
So my baby on Saturday night. Black or
Thank you. Thank you. I'm thanking one in particular pair of titties in the front row. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience coordinator, for putting those titties up in the front row. God bless you. Those distracted me. I was supposed to come out, yeah. Oh, y'all here? Yeah? Huh? You look lovely, though, by the way. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Congratulations, my friend. I'm glad y'all here. It's very good. Yo, congratulations to you, my friend. Look at that white woman you're with. God damn. Nigga behind you going, yeah, son, I'm with my girl, but yo, for real? That white woman's amazing, isn't she? Tell the truth. He's with his black girlfriend like, no, I don't know, but she's high level. That's a high level white woman right there. That white woman is man, oh man, oh man. Black women get mad at that, but that is top shelf white woman right there. You know how you can tell how pretty a white woman is? The value, you look at her and then you wonder how long they would look for if she was missing. Come on, take a look, take a look. Look at this nigga, look. I saw you look mad, sweetie. How long, if you was missing, how long you think they would? How long you think they would? Exactly, she went.
What can I do for
you? You know the deal.
Safe
I ain't saying nothing wrong. White woman's life is valuable.
What's on your mind?
What's his name? Joran Vandersloot? Right? We find out he was a serial killer. Man, he kills women. That's what he do. He do it well. You know what I mean? We know the girl that he you know, supposedly had, what's the girl in Aruba? Natalie Holloway, right? But the one, he just killed the girl in Peru. What's her name? Exactly. Look how fast you said Natalie. You said Natalie. Natalie Holloway, that angel. Y'all said that like Family Feud. All right, name a white girl been missing for 5 years in Aruba. Natalie Holloway. Survey says. Name a Peruvian girl that was killed yesterday. What is that big head third world Peruvian bitch's name? It has to be Yoris or something goofy. Don't get mad at yourself. I gave it to you. You saw how fast you said Natalie Holloway. Diana Ross right here said Natalie. She knew her name. That white girl with Natalie Holloway. Man, you called yourself, woo! God bless you, man. That is high level right there. Don't be ashamed of it, gorgeous. She mad as hell. Fuck that white bitch. Wait, you know, come on. Ain't nobody looking for you. I might look for you, but the news ain't you. You think Fox is reporting you're missing? Let's be honest. Nancy Grace, she leads story on Nancy Grace for the next 6 months. Look. I'm looking at her because she's mad as hell. Black women don't like that shit, but it is what it is. Let's be.
It finally works.
Be like that. Let's be honest.
And it's a bot.
That little girl that went
damn it.
missing. She was sailing. Little girl went sailing. I forgot her damn name, but she went sailing and went missing in the Indian Ocean. Okay, and they spent. Good Lord, her mast broke and she was floating around, and she gave out her little signal, her beacon. They looked for her. They spent $500,000. Like tax money to search for her. Now, if that's my daughter, I want that to happen too, but if you go sailing, let's be honest, how long you think? Are they gonna spend $5? Come on. Remember football players in Miami went missing? They went sailing. They looked for them for 8 minutes. Maybe. They just sent somebody at the edge of the beach. I don't see him. We have to call off the search because there's too much sun. The conditions are abnormally difficult. If I go sailing, I'm taking a white baby on a keychain with me. If my boat go down, they gonna find me. I'm gonna have it hooked right to the side of my belt. And I'm gonna dress the baby real white too. I'm gonna put sweatpants on it and a pair of Ugg boots, and I'm gonna take a picture. And look at this white baby. You don't come get me. This white baby going down with me. I hate how much fun black people can have racially, man. It's just, I can say anything I goddamn want racially. And white people have to sit there and take it. I am evil, yes. It's like, come on, man. I don't even say it because of that. I love a little racial. Yes, look, man, you know, let's be fair. I mean, honesty would be nicer with the racial game. I mean, I like to talk to white people about being honest about Obama. You gave it a shot. You did. You gave it a 2-year shot. Like, oh yeah, I tried to. We tried to. But it's just, it fell apart. It really did. And I'm gonna tell you something you don't know about black folks. We would be on your side. In talking to white people, we would be on your side a lot more if you would, just not ever talk about how you feel about anything racial. We'll catch up to you. Now, serious, because black people on the edge of going, what the fuck is Obama doing? But it's too many white people outwardly hating him, so we can't. We go, you shut up. I'll be against him. Like, stop having rallies and all kinds of stuff. I'm telling you, I'm this close to I'm mad at him because I thought I would have a white slave by now. I thought it was Vengeance Day. I thought I had me a white family. Oh, big old fat white girl go warm my bed up. Get upstairs, Susan. Warm my bed up, feed my baby with your giant white titties, and I'm gonna go outside and stare your husband in the face and decide whether I'm gonna sell him or not. And you know your wife's upstairs warming up my bed. You know that, right? Philip.
I have the finest wares in the land.
That's uncomfortable, ain't it? That's uncomfortable. I apologize. That's uncomfortable. Can't we move on? We'll move on. We'll move on to something. They don't even like that in play. That's uncomfortable, right? To think about that, but, you know. What you gonna do? Look, my days are numbered, so I just want to have as much fun as possible. You know what I mean? I'm 40, and that's
your back.
That's young in everyone else's years, but in black years, high blood pressure, diabetes. I am. If you do the black to white life ratio, I'm 177-year-old. I'm old as a motherfucker. I'm old. And I want to live, but here's why I messed up. I messed up my young years, and I realized something. I'm gonna tell you, if you're over 40 and you're trying to better yourself, just stop. You're not gonna better yourself. And when I say you're not gonna better yourself, I mean better yourself like go back to when you try to capture the things you used to do when you supposed to had did it, but you didn't do it. You feel me? So the stuff that you were 18 and didn't do, now you're 40 and you're going, I'm gonna make a change. It nothing make me sick more than somebody 40 and say they in school. Like, what you doing? I mean, I'm going to school. You're never too young and never too old and never too... All a bunch of sayings. You know, the older you are, Shut the fuck up with your old horse shit. Because it ain't... You're old. Your brain don't work. Your body don't work. You can't change your ethic. There might be two of you that changed your ethic. Like these fat people shows that on TV where they got people, as soon as that show is over, get fat again. Big, fat, fats. Fatty, that's what you are.
What can I do for you?
I went to exercise recently, and I tried to change my life and exercise. After I finished, I was saying to myself, I gotta do this tomorrow? Like nothing changed. I should've got a lump. I don't care what it was. Something should have changed. Nothing. And I gotta keep doing this until maybe I see a change. I just can't. I don't have that ethic anymore. I should have did it when I was 18 years old. Like I can't type. But I didn't realize how important typing was till right now. I fucked off all my good typing years calling people gay who was going to typing class. It was just like me and 6 other dudes. Like, what you doing? You want to be a secretary? What the kind of pussy? Man, come on, man. Let's go steal bread. We just go steal bread and lunch meat from the supermarket and make sandwiches and sell them during typing class. And now I can't type. If you can't type and you try to be in a world with people who can, you feel irrelevant. You stop, you know? You just say hello to some woman on the internet, hi, and she come back with the 7-page memo, like, hello, whack! You be like, really? For real? All those words? You saw me type, hello. And I yelled it, evidently. In big letters, it was saying hello. Really? Seriously? You think I said hello? Hi, bitch! Hi! Is that what you think I did for real? Yeah, really? You just send smiley faces. That's all I do. I know smiley emoticons. I love those. Like, I can't spell, if I had to spell restaurant, to this day, right? To save my mama's life. Like, if somebody held my mama hostage and had a gun to her head, right? And says, nigga, spell restaurant. You know, I'm gonna shoot your mother in the head. I would look at my mother like, I love you. She'd be like, look at me, Mom. She's crying. Understand that I love you with all my heart. Stop stalling, nigga! Okay, all right. All right. R-E-S-T. Oh my God, here's where it gets. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a restu. Stew. Ruined. Is it's an A or a U or U. All right, give me another word, man. Give me another word, one more word. Just give my mother a chance to live. Tomorrow? Yeah. Probably, God. Banana, all right, banana. B-A-N. B-A-N-N. A-N-N-N. Is there like 7 N's in banana? B-A-N-N-N-N-N. A-N-N. I'm irrelevant. How old are you, bro? 35, 5 years. You know. How you feeling? You feeling all right?
Greetings.
You feel like these young guys are, you a football fan? All your whole life? You notice how football's whack now? Things are changing. It seems like, look, this may be old thinking, okay? Now, when I came up, you a football fan? No? That's like, he's not. Like, what dude? Like, that shocked me. Like, dudes are a football fan. Oh, I don't just divided. Like, football, it's not like the game. When I came up, dude, football was it was gladiated. It was angry. It was just like when we hit somebody. When I played, if we hit somebody and he didn't get up, like we didn't hold hands with the other team and pray, like hold hands and everyone prays for him to get up. We used to do a Indian, like a hump dance circle around, like man, look at oh. Be like, and our crowd's like, he's paralyzed. That's right. We be looking for his mother crying. Be like, that's right, lady. That's what you get for letting him out here with killers. He can't even wiggle his toes. Take his socks. Take his socks. And we would tie his socks around our helmet for the next weeks. Like the next team, they knew, oh, that's the team that be tying paralyzed niggas' socks around their helmets to scare them next week. And then it ain't like we were thinking about harming somebody. It's just that's what we did, right? Oh, look at this guy. Look at this fucking crew right here. You guys are hilarious. You okay, guy? You all right? You late for some tests you're gonna have at 1 in the morning? Huh, intelligence face? Are you a big football fan? You like football? Yeah. You are, sort of. I don't think so. I think you saw me tease this guy. I'm just trying to get us to understand, man, that you the future, okay? I'm done, but they're taking away, I'm a Neanderthal, okay? they're taking away what I used to just automatically think and feel, and now they're just taking it away from you, so that now even you look at dudes like me, like older dudes, and go, oh, you're... It's like self-policing. Men go, oh, that's not, you shouldn't. Like, inappropriate is a vaginal word. Like, that's not a word. That is inappropriate. Like, is that coming from a man? Like, women say that. That's women's jobs to say, that's like, that's... Men are supposed to do, we're here to do foul things and have you go, oh, but now where's the balance? See, it's yin and yang. The balance, you gotta liven up. You gotta be a little more, is that your woman right there? See how comfortable you are? You shouldn't be as comfortable as you are. You can see him sitting up straight, and you're just looking, and he's just like, whatever you laugh at, I'll laugh at. It's not a good thing, brother. I feel it. Don't get mad at me now. He's like, fuck you, fat boy. Can't type or read, huh, fat man? I'm just saying, man. I don't know how to type, but I do know, I'm telling you. This is, like, ladies, let's discuss, hey, look, let's discuss harassment for a second. Let's just, you feel it a little bit? Like, let's just discuss it. Why can't I harass you? Sometimes. I can never harass you, never. And I'm not talking about, ooga booga. Like, I'm talking just, at the job. It's unfair that I can't harass you at the workplace. Like, you looking how you looking, and I can't just a little something that has to do, like, you gotta be careful just to say, hey, you look beautiful today. That's how messed up the game is. I think you should be able to comment on any part of the body that you see. If you, I'm serious. What's your name? What's your name? Jeannie. Now, Jeannie, no disrespect, but if I work with you, I should be able to walk in and go, oh, Jeannie, beautiful titty meat you have there. And, because I see that, but whatever the scientific term is, I'm looking at Mr. A 4.9 grade point average. What's the science term for the titty meat? What's the actual? And it's not the cleavage. I mean, the cleavage is the space in the middle. I'm talking about the meat. The meat, the titty part. And I'm not being foul, just, you know, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Just so I can go through the rest of the day without pretending that I don't see. Which you understand what I'm saying? I mean, let's work out a deal. Don't get me fired. Having women work with men, right, is like having a grizzly bear work with salmon. Dipped in honey, like, so, now you dip the salmon in the honey, right? Grizzly bears, and the salmon get to walk through comfortable with honey and fish and good morning, grizzly bears. And the grizzly bears is like, hey, you can't even growl, like, ah, what's up, fish? Oh my God, human resources. The grizzly bear just did grizzly bear stuff. So, like, I can't even go, hey, good morning, fish, good morning. Oh, I can't touch it, like, oh, look at that. Oh, let me just get a little bit of that fish, a little bit.
You got my attention. attention.
Get that honey. Oh my God. Fish and honey, man. That's my favorite. Usually I kill fish and eat them and stuff, but I just wanted to just rub a little bit of that. God damn. That's oppressive. Like, you shouldn't even, and there's cameras everywhere. You can't do, like, weird stuff behind her back. Like, why would it be disrespectful? I said, what's your name? Terrell. If I go, hey, Terrell, we work together. And I go, Terrell, hey, do me a favor. Let me know when you're getting up to go to the bathroom so I can sniff your chair. That's disrespectful because it's sexual, but that keeps me from being... Like, I think there should be a holiday, for lack of a better word, harassment day, but not, that sounds whatever, but I mean a day where I get to find out, like, because, and this is why it should be harassment day, because women get to be inappropriate sexually all the time. You get to be inappropriate. And when I say inappropriate, I mean say hello to me too close. Hi. Or some weird massage because you think we're friends and you, good morning, a little kiss, and he's just like, oh boy, boy. And you think in your head, man, I wonder if I don't know. Well, harassment day allows you to be able to ask.
Shortcut to save
all
seconds.
year. I say the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And it's a beautiful day. Flowers and everything. You buy her flowers. You just real cool. You walk up. You're respectful. You say, hey, how are you? You know, good afternoon to her. Happy harassment day. And you just, like, say, listen, I was wondering all year if you would suck my dick in the broom closet. And you just be like, no, thank you, I'm not. And you be like, thank you, keep the flowers. I just thought, I made a mistake. I thought you was a hoe all year. I was confused. I thought you was a hoe, but you're not.
That's a lot of O's.
Even animals, man. Animals smell it on us. They do. Animals smell something's wrong. Like with the dog whisperer, he got animals. And I'm an animal. Let me say this, man. I'm a I don't know what the term is for extreme animal lover. Like I get sick when I see animals suffering, and I know that's contrary to popular belief somehow. Somehow it's spread out that black people, we hate animals. Like we can't stand dogs and cats, and I don't get it. That's the news doing that. Because they only show dudes that hate dogs. Like when the Vic stuff was happening. What do you think of Michael Vick and the dog? They just show, every dude they show is like, man, dogs, man, fuck dogs. I'll drown a dog in a bucket right now. Give me a dog. Where's a dog at? I'll kill it. I hate dogs. I hate dogs. And then they'll show a white woman like tongue kissing a dog in the mouth. Just to prove white people love dogs. And then they go back to him and he's mad. Like, look at this dirty white bitch tongue kissing. Devil bitch tongue kissing her. A jackal in the mouth. Devil licking jackals, and this is like shad. It's like some weird war. They always want black people and white people to be at war, man, for some reason. How can you hate it? People who hate animals, like I'm not gonna go, I hate you, but it'll be hard. It takes away a piece of how close we might be if you go, I hate animals. Like somebody look at a baby seal and go, oh, I can't wait to hit this motherfucker in the face. Fucking hate baby seals, all cute. The fuck you looking at, baby seal? Like, you ever see them sad animal commercials that come on like during 4 in the morning during Three's Company reruns? And it catch you out of nowhere. You be watching Three's Company and then, like, and that show, it'll be a kitten and they slow motion the kitten up and the kitten, and it's a, kid got a pencil in his head, like somebody stuck a pencil in his face. There's a pencil sticking out of his face. Then they put fun facts, 15,000 kittens are stabbed in the head with pencils each year. You be like, who is stabbing kittens in the face with pencils? Why? It's a pencil sticking out of his face. Then they'll show a bunch of puppies shoved in a container or a cup. Puppies in a cup, missing their feet, it's wrong. Hi, I'm White Lady. I'm here to say niggas probably did it. Fuck you, bitch, jackal, kissing hoe. But I'm not saying that dogs should be equal citizens either. I love my dogs, man, but I can't, you know, it's wrong to train them. And they're out of control, and I'm not really a Cesar Millan understander. I try with what is, but I got a Westie, a little Westie, a poodle, and I love my dogs, man. I let them go to the bathroom on the BB pad in the house, man. I don't care. And everything's good when they do that, because they got a little baby. You know, when they eating right, it'd be nice, little, you know. They don't have to scratch, they just do their thing. And when they do their thing, everything's beautiful. I go, good boy, good girl, bow. And everybody's happy, but sometimes they just decide they're gonna try me and go, like they have a meeting and go, you know what? Let me see what happens if I piss on this good rug anymore. Let's see. Why don't you go on, piss on the rug? I'll pay. Who's gonna do it? You, come on, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'll do it. And then the other one peeking around the corner like, okay. And just, it's usually the Westie, because he got the cutest look. The Westie got the sad, like, what did I do face? So I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, come on, man. Why would you do that? He says, I'm dumb. I don't know. I go, go ahead, boy. Come on, man. Everybody's happy. And then, like, because when I was younger, this is how you train dogs. It was easy. You just put them down when they first get in the house, and you just hide around the corner, you know? And you just wait. You wait till it goes to the bathroom where they ain't supposed to. As soon as he crunch up and go to the bathroom, you gotta wait till the first, and then you just run, motherfucker! And you shove his face in shit. Yeah. How's that feel? Shitty face, your face stink. How's that? Yeah, what? He's like, what? You choke him out, and he start tapping like, all right, kick him. Don't shit on my rug, you mother... And he'll never shit there again. Like, he may go there, but here, he'll pull a cigarette out first. Here, God. Woo! Something happened to me bad there. I'm scared to even get near there. Nigga do heroin, he get near that spot. I'll kill you. That rug costs more than you, motherfucker! But I'm trying to save you, man, because you are the future, my friend. Because I'm finished. I'm stuck in a relationship. Done. This is a man in love. Here's the face of a man in love. face of a woman in love is like, yay, yay, I'm in love. But the face of a man in like is like, yeah, man, I like her. And women are like, where's this going? Why does it have to go somewhere? It's just cool right now. Like, here's the best relationship in the world is when the woman loves you and the man likes her. So if I like you and you love me, that's perfection. Because I like is like that's when he's happy to see you and happy to hear you and you doing things that don't disrespect the happen. You lie about liking sports and you do all kind of things. I know that sounds like ridiculous, but I'll put it in vaginal terms for you. Because I see the faces like, and then guys go, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, but guys do. I speak fluent dude, man. I understand how we are. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, ladies, how many times has there been a guy in your life, or guys where there's been men in your life who want to sleep with you, but you didn't want to sleep with him? Zillions, you can't count it. So what that means, there's a philosophy there, meaning you are sexable. He wants to sleep with you, but just because you are sexable, I'm sexable, right? Same thing with love. Just because I'm lovable, doesn't mean that you're lovable too. You're just likable to me. You didn't do for me what I did for you to feel that way. You understand what I'm saying? It's very simple. So if you just wait for me to love you, then you might have to wait a while. But men don't have the option to muscle you like you muscle us. You know, you gotta either shit or get off the pot. We've been together this many months, and it's time for us to discover where, like, but men don't say nothing like that to muscle you, man. That's you know, I can't go, look, we've been going out for a week now. It's time for you to roll these panties down, cause it's been too long. I've been buying you drinks and you got to either shit or get off the pot. But when your woman loves you, it's very difficult to get past that, man. A woman's love is so beautiful, man. Men's love is not as beautiful. It ain't pure, because it's a work, it's a job. I look at my girl laying there, I be like, yeah, oh, man. I want to call out sick from love. I be like, damn. But she's sleeping right there. I be wanting to give the call in sick voice. I can't make it to love you today. I gotta. But when your woman love you, man, you feel weird. I try to start arguments with my girl all the time, just so that she love me less, because she just, the way she love me is just too much. I'm like, damn. It's not necessary.
Oh, no.
But she loves, man. And
no.
love for a woman embodies everything. It's like, she's concerned about my health. Ain't no man in here ever asked how their woman's health is. Ever. Look at this nigga laughing. How long y'all been together, by the way, bro? 2 years. Have you ever asked her a health question? Never. It ain't happening. We don't know when last time she checked her titties for lumps. Anybody's man ever asked him, you check your titties for fucking lumps? No. If you take pills, do your man go, have you taken your pills? No, we don't give a shit. Just knock your pills off the guy. Move, what's all these pills, you sick bitch? Sound like maracas around here, you're sick. And it's not because we don't care about you, it's just the way we care is not the way, you know. Men don't care about health in general. We don't care about being sick. I should be getting prostate checks every week. I should be at least doing my own prostate check. You can, if your prostate's swelled up, you can put your own finger in your booty, right? To see if your prostate is swelled, because you can't, but look, all of that, I'll never know, because I'm not gonna stick, I'll let my prostate fall out my asshole first. I'll be walking, it'll fall on the ground. I'll be like, is that my prostate just fell out my asshole? And I still wouldn't go to the hospital. I call one of my friends on the phone. Hey man, your prostate ever fall out your asshole? What you do about it? Put some duct tape? All right, put some duct tape. It's beautiful, the love. I'm telling you, I'm diabetic, man, and you know, I'm not gonna find no woman that cares. Just off the street. Because diabetes, look, first of all, I don't support it. If I didn't have it, I could give it's just, whatever, dude, really. Can't eat cookies, faggot. I don't care. But I got that miserable disease. It's one of those, it's just a pain in the ass. Because I can't eat and drink what I want. Like, I can eat as many vegetables as I want. Patricia can have all the Brussels sprouts you ever needed. Why can't I eat pasta and cake? But you can't. And it's hard. It's like being addicted. Food is, I'm telling you, food is an everyday, like, I'd be like, oh my God, man, food again? I gotta think about, every day I gotta think. I go to sleep thinking about food. Tomorrow, like, what am I gonna do? Today, I had salad and fruit, and I'm gonna celebrate tomorrow by having a whole lamb leg to celebrate how good I ate yesterday. It's just a suffering. And I understand being addicted. Any smokers here? Anybody smoking? See, and that's you, young man. But you know, you're good people. You don't want to die. You know, smoking's like, you just know you dying. Like,
how are you?
Man, dog. And you're gonna get cancer, like you know you're gonna get cancer. And you're giving other people cancer. You're like,
how are you?
Like, I'm not a bad person. I just can't keep it. I can't keep it down in my system here.
Down with the system.
And then the pack of cigarettes, they used to say things like, cigarettes possibly might cause you to be ill at some point in your life. Now they say that will kill you. And you still... And then you got the cigarette boxes in Canada. You ever see Canada cigarette boxes? They got dead babies on the box. Like, it just be a dead baby. Can you imagine smoking and rationalizing? Imagine you tell yourself, you be like, man, I'm glad I made it past his age. God damn. How old was he when he started smoking? Like a day old? Jesus, slow down, nigga. Use a filter. I saw some white chocolate covered Oreos. White Oreos dipped in chocolate, man. I was in tears, like knowing I shouldn't eat it, but I was in pain, like going, oh my God. And I'm talking to myself, I can't eat these cookies, man. And they're calling me, and I'm praying to God, and I'm lactose intolerant, but like if I eat these cookies, I gotta drink milk too. I'm gonna go out like a soldier. It's like, whatever. Then you say all kind of weird stuff to you to rationalize eating them. I'd be like, you know what? I don't need both my feet. I'm not a ballerina. All I need is one so I can drive my car. tell you a quick love story, man. This will sum up how much my girl loved me, and it's amazing.
Amazing.
Like I said, I'm diabetic, man. But,
Beta.
you know, it's a true story. When we have sex, we're really, really dirty, man. We're really dirty. We pee on each other in the hole.
What?
When we have sex, we're really, really dirty, man. We're really dirty. We pee on each other in the hole.
Oh,
But don't get past that, because this is true love. So we're having sex, right? About 2 years ago this happened. We're having sex, and then afterwards she's like, you know, that was good, but I think we gotta go to the hospital, get you checked out. I said, why? She said, because your pee tastes like birthday cake. And isn't that love? If you can get past the pee part, that's love, right? Well, she's like, oh, your pee is too delicious. I don't like that. She ain't go, you peed in my mouth, you
What
nasty.
the
She's just like, oh my God, your pee tastes, I don't like the way it tastes. It tastes scrumptious. What am I doing? You see these three goofy girls look, they're like, man, you pee in my mouth. That means you're not gonna love me to the degree that I need to save my life, are you? No. I don't need you if you can't taste my pee and go, something's wrong. You need to go check yourself.
Check yourself, food.
Judge me. That's your woman, bro? How long you guys been together? 10 years. Wow. Good. How long? 2.5, 3 years? Good. Y'all going raw? You sticking raw? You do? You putting raw? Okay, you putting raw? Look at she punched him. You know what? Let me explain. She just hit him in his arm. I'm gonna explain something to you. The quicker that a man goes raw, I'm gonna explain something to you. You know what? Let me explain. She just hit him in his arm. I'm gonna explain something to you. The quicker that a man goes raw, it makes him look like, you go ahead, pimp, you got it in raw. The quicker the woman goes raw, it makes you look, loose. It makes you look bad. Because safe sex is a woman's responsibility. Because men are trying to do it the first.
You got my attention.
Second we meet. Look, my protection is just, I do this. And I just go, just not AIDS, God. Please don't let me get sick and die. It is your responsibility. Yep. When did y'all decide to do it? How long did it take, bro?
Yesterday.
How long did it take? It took a while. What's a while?
A year.
What's a while to you?
A year.
Hey, did you do the old bagless trick where you would just slowly, like, just try to put it in without... And you just hopefully she stop you, that old trick, like, okay, all right, it's getting close, and I think I ain't got nothing on it yet. And then it started getting real close. She'd be like, no, she gonna let me, oh, it's dirty, bitch. Hey, we both gonna die. You let me put it in? Oh, we gonna die. She let me go raw. But we won't stop though. Oh, come on, stop me. And I can't use no condom no more. It's over. Condom days. I probably pull a trash bag on my shit. It just, like the wah music, it's just dead. I have to see if my balls can fit in there too. Like, all right, how's that, baby? They're both in there, soft, but his balls and dick is in there. You okay? How's that feel? Filled up? You feel filled up? I'm gonna show you something, ladies, right? I'm gonna show you something. Here's why you should be responsible for safe sex. All right, how many guys in here, honestly, have used a dental dam before?
Well met.
Do you know what a dental dam is? You do? No one's ever used one before, huh? See?
What can I
See
do
what I'm
for
saying? You see what I'm saying about the condoms? Y'all just like, put that condom on.
See you
But
soon.
you know what a dental dam is a piece of a trash bag, right? About as big as a napkin that you flip out, and you lay it over a woman's vagina, just in case, you know, it's poison. To protect us from imminent danger, but we don't use it because you'll be insulted. If I'm getting ready to have sex with you and I pull out a piece of a trash bag, and you go, what is that? Oh, I'm just gonna lay that over your vagina just in case it kills me. I'm sorry, what did you say? And we see that face, like nothing. Forget it. Don't even pretend you didn't see that. I'd rather die than to insult my way out of some pussy. I'd rather just get what you got.
What can I do for you?
No offense, but that's us. We are not like you. Understand that. We're good creatures, special, we are, but we're just not like you. We're not like, we don't tell the truth. And the reason is because we cannot. Truth is, here's what truth is. Truth is a feeling that goes from your gut to your mouth instantaneously. Women get to be truthful. You get to say, and you say any kind of foul, because you don't have an editing. It just comes up. 2 + 2 is 7. Just say it. I don't care. And you be like, it's 4. It's whatever I want it to be. I'm gonna talk if I feel like it. And men don't do that. We can't be honest with you. Man truth is cruel. If we told you the truth all the time, that's cruelty. Men go from our gut, and then it stops at the heart, where we edit it. We edit what this was. What this was going to be foul. So I'm not going to say what this was. And then it goes into the brain for further touch-ups, analysis. Okay, all right, that sounds good. And then you say it. We don't just spew stuff out, man, because how we really feel about you, it's not cool. Like this, how we feel about you. You said 10 years? Let me ask you a question, honestly. What's your daydream on how to kill her?
You want to get me killed?
Here's where you're messing up. I'm gonna tell you where you're messing up. He says to me, hey man, you trying to get me killed?
You got my instinct.
Do you see how we can't tell the truth? The lie, right? That means that he thinks about it. See, do you understand what I'm saying? You should say, I don't think about killing my woman. But you go, you trying to get me killed? If I tell you how I kill this bitch, she gonna kill me. So you might as well get it out now. How do you kill her, man? Just so she know. How do you daydream about it? Spit it out. She's looking at it. It's over. Just, sweetie, I'm trying to let you understand what you're dealing with. I'm just saying, the fact that you're alive means he didn't go through with it. He just, and I'm gonna tell you why guys think about killing their women. It's because we love you. Because I want you out of my life. But I don't want to hurt your feelings So I'd rather you be dead than to break your heart. So we think about how do we kill this and get away? How do you do it, bro? I tell you how I kill my girl. I put a pillow over her head and shoot her twice with a silencer. And the feathers come up and I look under the pillow and her eyes still be open and I close her eyes and shit. And I kiss her softly on her face, but she's dead. You might as well spit it out because it'll help you now, because it'll be, you can blame it on the whole situation instead of later when she's like, so, you know. You Puerto Rican, right? Cuban? Oh, Lord have mercy. Like, whatever accent and whatever anger she does in Spanish, she's gonna be on you. So you might as well just say it. Think about it. If she's gonna be on you, what is it? What, you know. And look, I don't condone violence against women, but I do condone thinking about it. Because sometimes it's like, how do I get you out of my face? It's just like, what do you do when a girl's in your face? Especially black women, because you know what? This is probably more important to white women, because white women, you do stuff to get killed. People kill you. Your husbands kill you. Black women do stuff to get hit. Like, they make you want to hit them because they be in your face like they can whoop your ass. You be like, I'm going to put this bitch through a fish tank. Don't get in my face because I can't even hit you. I can't even poke you hard. Like, don't press me like that. What you gonna do? I wish you would. He's like, oh my God, man, get out of my face. I've never hit a woman, man. I've never needed to, and I've been like, wow, man, this would be so much easier if I could, but you just, like, I never even mushed a woman. Any woman ever get mushed? You ever get mushed? You know what a mushing is? You don't even know what mushing is. Do you know what mushing is? You do, yeah, see, look at the black girl right there. Go ahead, show her. She put a whole hand over her face. It's a non-violent movement. When you're in my face, and it just moves you. And sometimes a twist. It's just get out of my face, please. I don't never want to mush. I've never done it. I've come close, but I'm too scared. I don't want to go to jail over nonsense, man. Jail is, I don't want to do that. I don't want to mush a girl. Get out of here. She stumbled back, crack her head, and, you know, she's laying on the ground doing the Hulk Hogan from the 80s, like. I'm like, oh my God. I'm lifting a hand up like the referee, like, oh, come on, bitch. Please get up. And on the third one, I'm hoping she go like this, like, oh. I'm still living, brother. And you be like, okay. Oh, she's living. White women, though, I'm gonna tell you why you get killed. And this is I'm from Boston, man. I got a PhD in white people, man. I grew up around them. White women, you don't scream at your man. I never seen a white woman really go, at your man. What? But you do something different. You don't scream, but you say like really terrible things in his ear so only he can hear it. And it starts to like abrade and whittle his spirit down. Like really foul stuff, but nice. Like, you know what? Your mother's breath stinks. And you'd be like, when'd you get close enough to my mom? I don't have to. It stinks from here. And I'm gonna fuck your friend Philip. I'm gonna fuck Byron as soon as you go to work. And then, this is over years, and You just... Until all you got left is murder. You just kill her because you got no more spirit left. The spirit is gone. Serious, man. If you want to understand men, ladies, I'm here for you. I'm just telling you what we are. You know, not who we are, what we are. Just like what we are that makes us struggle. And really, men are perfect creatures except for, you know, one. Like, if most women would want to be a man, if you didn't have to give up that power that you have, which is our weakness. That's our weakness. It's very difficult. I'm telling you, man. Like, I don't want to be with other women, ever. Like, I want to just walk down the street and go, I never need to look at another woman again because I'm with the last woman I'm ever going to be with. And I'm like, but it ain't real. It's just... Like, no guy wants to cheat and hurt his woman, man. That hurts. First of all, think about what cheating is for a second, ladies. Cheating is a man. He sneaks out of his own house to go, like, find some happiness behind your back so your feelings aren't hurt. Cheating is for you. It's not for me. We don't want to hurt you. If you give a lie detector test to a man and a woman and ask them the same questions, man, we would pass them both up to a point where it's like, hey, ask a woman, you love your man, you love your family, you love your home, you love what you built. Yep. All right. You see Brad Pitt or Denzel Washington or whatever standing there, would you risk everything you built with your man just to sleep with him? And women, look, they'll go, nah, I wouldn't. And they'll pass the test. They'll be like, you know, they look good, but I wouldn't. Ask guys the same thing, you know, boom, love your woman, the kids, the house. Yeah. All right, you see that girl passed out behind the dumpster? Be like, you know, they look good, but I wouldn't. Ask guys the same thing, you know, boom, love your woman, the kids, the house. Yeah. All right, you see that girl passed out behind the dumpster? Would you risk everything for a passed out woman behind a dumpster? I don't want to, but look at her with garbage on. She looks so cute with garbage on. You ever discuss threesomes, gorgeous? You never had a threesome discussion with your man after 10 years? Like, just even talk to him about it. Just to talk. Like, because it'll make him, wouldn't just a nice threesome talk make you feel like, oh man,
shit.
it's cool that she lets me get a little bit of that evil out, right? And by the way, ladies, a threesome is 2 girls and a guy. The girls be thinking, what about 2 guys and a girl is a train? That is me and him. I don't even know him. And he better not look me in the face. Like, what? Nigga, just get your dick sucked. Why are you staring at me? Let me fuck my half of the torso. Catch this nigga blinking at me while I'm trying to fuck my half of the body. Damn. Damn, man. Nigga don't have train etiquette.
What?
You don't understand that, right? Women don't relate to that crap because you don't understand how much, to get sex for a guy, man, it's hard. It's harder to get sex than it is to find love. I swear to God. Women hold down, you gotta be smooth. I'm telling you, to get through that, because women are like the beef eaters from England with the big hats, and them dudes be, who goes there? You trying to like charm your way into the palace, and you just be like, tickle, tickle, baby, tickle, tickle. And she's just, you're not gonna get through. Oh, come on. And that's skill. Women you don't have it because you don't need it. You don't have to have swagger to get something tonight. You don't. You can just point at it. You can look at a guy, right, catch his eye and go like this and he go, me, and then you just point right there. And don't be sexy. Don't be like, ooh, just. And he'll look around for a minute to make sure it ain't a trick, like. Monsters is giving up pussy, man. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Say no? We're like, I'm trying to like make it so women just like understand a little bit of like just to sympathize. It's like we're like sport fishermen. This is what I'm saying. That's what men are. I mean, being with one woman, I mean, for real, ladies, if you just said thank you to your man for being faithful, you just go, thank you, man. Thank you for fighting. He'd be like, damn. And if he told his friends that you thanked him for fighting hard and not cheating, his friends would be like, what? What? Like, they would look at you like you was amazing. It's simple. Men like to fish. And sport fishing is different from catching fish for food. You just get it, you catch it, and you show your friends. Because you want them to know that you can catch fish. You take a couple of pictures so you can show people the fish that you have the ability to catch. And then you release it back into the water. But a lot of women in here, you have boyfriends or husbands, you were fish that jump back on the boat and just was like flapping, looking at me like, hi, I was wondering if you're gonna be fishing here again next week, like. Yeah, for other fish. Get off my boat. Is that how you treat all the fish? You'd be like, oh, God damn. Nope, I'm sorry, sweetie. You're the last fish I ever wanted to be with. Now you stuck. Stuck with the last fish who was loving you and fighting hard to be on your boat. Then she got comfortable, and now instead of doing this, she's like, so we've been together for like a year now. Why do you still have a boat? You'd be like, so what you trying to say? I can't catch fish no more? Why do you need to catch a fish? Because if I lose my ability to catch fish, then you're not gonna find me sexy no more. So you gotta smell fish on me so that you know I can catch fish so you can act right. That's like, guys, you meet your girl, she was a hoe, like had she big old booty and this and that. You gotta let her do that. Don't start trying to frump her up and get her fat and get her foul, because that's why you like her. I don't want no woman that no other guy's trying to fuck. I don't want a woman that I can send to the store at 2 in the morning because nobody's gonna try to rape her. Like, I go get some bread at 3 in the morning. Hey, cut through the alley, bitch, because I talk to the junkies. They don't want it. They don't like it. And to be fair to women, look, God has been very cruel to you. Being a woman as a creature, I think it's just unfair. I wouldn't want to be a woman. It's just, I mean, like your period, like I look at that and see what my woman go through every month. Like if my nose bled, every month, I think I would kill myself. I would be like, oh my God, man. You gotta stick something in your nose with a string hanging out. Gotta take that out, what, every 7 seconds or whatever, and 5 days before your nose bleed, you know it's gonna bleed, but you don't know when, so you just sitting there like, when is my nose going to start bleeding? Oh my God. And then if your nose don't bleed when it's supposed to, you're like, oh my God. My nose is supposed to be bleeding by now. I'm gonna go to the hospital if it's not bleeding soon. And y'all get horny. And my woman gets horny on her bed. Oh my God. And I ain't down with that. And I see her face, like if I would do it one time, it probably would change her life. Like she would be just so grateful, but I just can't. She's like, come on, come on. Just lay a towel or something down. And I was gonna do it one time, and then I Googled the whole cycle. It's all kind of stuff happening. I sharpen the mop stick. Every month I just poke, I go, yeah, get back. Yeah, back. Get in the closet. Get out of here. Slide some raw meat under the door. Eat that for a week. Ah, get back. It's shocking. Like I know, look, like I said, I'm 40, I can feel my sex drive, right? I still love women, but I don't feel like having sex like that. But I still love looking at them like, oh. But here's what God did for men. He turned my horniness into creepiness. Like, so I can have a good time sitting at the mall watching chicks trying on sneakers at the Foot Locker with the creepy face, like, I'm good for the day. But women, you don't get creepy. You get hornier as you get older. It's weird. You want to do all your sexing between the ages of 30 and 50. That's when you want it. But here's how sad things are. The value of vagina is only good from 18 to 29. Pussy get old like bread, not like wine. I don't want the waiter to bring me a vintage glass of twat. You be like, would you like a 52 stinky vagina from the funk region? You be like, ugh, nigga, you ain't got a better year than that. You ain't got an 89 down there? Give me an 89. I don't care what it is. Water, just 89. I'm not saying you're not sexy if you 40 or whatever. You're beautiful, whatever. I'm just saying 20 is just 20. 20. Who's 20 down? How old are you? Older than 20? I hear it in your voice. You sound like you chew cigarettes. She's just like, as cute as you are, you can hear it. 20. Because women who are not 20, did you see what happened? She raised her hand fast. 20! Yay! Older than 20. 20 years, God. I bet you your pussy tastes like hope. I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. But that's the difference. Difference between 40-year-old cooch and 20. It's the amount of time I wait, that's it. 20, I'd wait forever. Just wait in the corner like, oh, it's gonna happen. I am going to wait for this 20-year-oldness. 40, I want a date. 2 dates, and then you gotta start rolling them old drawers down. From where it is pulled up to the bra. I'm not saying you're not sexy if it's 40. I'm just saying it's the time. That's it. Like, I want it now. If I'm willing to eat some stale Cracker Jacks, I'll eat some stale Cracker Jacks, but I want them right now. If I say, hand me them stale Cracker Jacks right there, and you go, come and get them, I'll be like, just throw them on the floor. They old. The box is open. There's no prize in it. Where the magnifying glass? One peanut? Get out of here. Making me crawl around for old Cracker Jacks. And you will ever laugh at that, ladies, if it's just not fun for you. Nothing's fun. Sex isn't fun. Sex is so much fun for dudes. Because we got a money shot. You don't understand what it's like to see the feeling. Like, we both have orgasms. But men have a receipt. Like, we see it, and it's a payoff. You be like, I am satisfied, because that's what it is, right? Look at it. You don't think you'd be happier, ladies, if you could just shoot a couple of eggs in a guy's face, you just right on top of his forehead? You wouldn't be happier? Get on, and he's just sitting there, and you go, oh, that felt good. Go in the bathroom and wash your face, and you walk into the bathroom. Oh, wiping his eyes. Why are you so aggressive? You like, shut up, faggot, and hurry up, make me a grilled cheese sandwich. Call your friends on the phone. I just egged on the top of his head. Don't tell your friends I'm visiting. Shut up, she already knows I egg on the top of your head already. Hey, I gotta go, man. Y'all take care of yourself. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Call your mother.
Farewell.
This gonna be good.
People are respecting.
Nah, no. Yeah.
Game Award hosts say Elon and
Trump to resounding applause and cheers. Okay, what's this?
My favorite games, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is
Well, you know this guy's retarded.
Wait, what?
Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is
Well, you know this guy's retarded.
nominated for Online Game of the Year.
Wow.
Get your hands together. Thank you, Rod. Of course.
Why is it that we can meme on Jeb Bush for saying please clap, but get your hands together because not enough people were clapping isn't the same thing?
My goods are of the highest quality.
That is a game that takes real skill.
Does. Yeah, and I'm not trying to flatter everyone here, but if I know one thing about this audience is that none of you had to pay someone to play Diablo for you.
It's hard to level up your own characters when you're dismantling democracy.
I feel like we're in good company here, but just in case for the people online.
I mean, I guess this doesn't
Why?
really matter, right? But like, if it did matter, he bought things in Diablo 4, but it seemed like he played his own character in Diablo 4, whereas in PoE, he bought things in PoE and he didn't play his own character.
What brings you?
I mean, proof? Well, this is what the evidence is showing.
Greetings.
If you get mad at that joke, it's Greg Miller. G-R-E-G.
M-I-L-L-E-R. Fuck Elon Musk and fuck Donald Trump.
Man. Okay, let's watch.
Why?
Yeah, and on top of that, GameStop shut down Game Informer.
And that one really hurt. I can't believe that. Of course, Game Informer was the best part of GameStop.
Okay, we're gonna watch this and just see what it... Like, I want to watch the entire thing because I actually think the entire thing is going to be even more cringe than just that clip.
Okay. Sit down!
Man!
Thank you. I didn't want to yell, but you made me. Now this is how the night will be run. You will listen to us and only us. Stella, take it away.
Never had this much power before, but welcome to the 2025 DICE Awards. I'm Stella Chung.
I'm Greg Miller.
Wait, I already had.
You know, Greg, I think we're the last people left with jobs in games media.
That is correct. It is
We'll do our best to correct that. Don't worry.
very bleak out there, but how are you doing with that?
You know, I'm actually doing okay. It was a little bit of a long January, but it feels like the first time I moved out of my parents' house. And, you know, it's good to feel independence.
100%. You know, if you wanted to, Stella, now that you're a free agent and you're out there, you could come work with us at Kinda Funny.
I mean this with my whole heart.
This guy works at a place called Kinda Funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
I am not that desperate.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
All right, next year when you're still unemployed, we'll see what's...
Yeah.
All right, okay.
No, it's not going to be 3 hours of this. It's just a very short segment where they're speaking. It's like 10 minutes.
Well, before we get
If you
started...
guys really thought that I was going to make you sit through 3 hours of this dog shit, you're absolutely out of your mind. Even IGN couldn't make people do it.
I wanted to ask everyone here to give yourselves a round of applause.
For what?
If you are in this room right now, that means you were responsible for creating some of our newest, best games of all time.
Oh, okay. Now everything makes sense. So, a lot of the people that are here are basically just game developers, and this is an industry event where they get together and give each other awards. Okay. Well, now, all right. So basically, they set up a circle jerk event for themselves so they can give each other awards for the games that are popular in the corporate world, but nobody actually gives a shit about. Okay, great. It's literally a circle. Yeah, great. This is what a subreddit looks like in real life.
Yeah, or you may have just gotten lost in the casino and felt like you walked into a fancy Doctor Who convention.
Yes, if you are in fact a normal person, these are people who make video games. And no, none of us can get your nephew free V-Bucks.
No. If this is your first time at the DICE Awards, let us explain it to you.
Of course, it is basically the same as the Game Awards, except instead of Muppets like Statler and Waldorf, we have hundreds of disgruntled white guys.
So this is the guy that runs the place called Kinda Funny. Oh man. Oh man, we're gonna have to sit there. Yep, there we go. Oh god.
Just in case, before anyone online gets mad, please note that it was Greg Miller that made that joke. So that's Gregmil.
They got it, Sarah. Don't worry about it. They're well aware of me online. Of course, we know you're excited for the awards part of our
Joke
awards
is
show.
they're not.
Yeah, so that's why the producers have asked us to keep the show tight this year.
And they mean as short as possible.
Ooh, kind of like the amount of time Concord existed.
I don't know what that is.
And the show is over. We'll see you next year.
Concord, yay.
It was a sad thing, but trust me, if you thought that was the worst joke of the night, strap in.
I have a feeling that that's the first thing that is kind of funny, because I can guarantee you that he will have jokes that are even worse than that. I can totally expect that. I believe it.
Yeah, I am honestly a little in awe of this audience. There are some very powerful executives in the game industry here tonight.
And to all of you, let me be the first to say.
I think that it's very illuminating, the problem with video games when you have a event here for the industry where there's a bunch of gaming executives at, and it's just a non-stop barrage of weird social messaging, political posturing, virtue signaling, and reverse quote, basically just racism. Yeah, I really think that this is the kind of thing that you watch and you're like, every one of my bad opinions is actually accurate and I was right. It is. I wonder if they're going to give Dragon Age Veilguard an award.
Stop firing people.
I know, we would love to keep it positive here, but you're making it really hard.
Like Nightmare.
I can think of 2 people that probably will be fired. I've got a pretty good idea of 2 people that are probably going to end up getting fired. I don't know. You guys think of anybody?
Difficulty hard. Like, how much do these bonuses need to be that you keep laying these people off? Speaking of Greg Way, but
it's so funny that they still don't understand, like, that it's not about the bonuses. That's not the reason. It's because the games aren't selling. Like, people aren't buying the games because people like this make the games. People play video games to get away from people like this. Like, they have to deal with this asshole already at their job. And they're playing video games explicitly to get away from this person. And then this person injects themselves into video games because nobody wants to be around somebody like this. It's so obnoxious, right? And so this is what happens. Like, when people talk politics in game chat, yeah, well, no. I mean, that's preferable to this.
Bungie laid off hundreds of people last year, while the CEO of the company was apparently spending millions of dollars on old cars. I'll say this, it's rare to see an
Bungie. That's what happened with Bungie.
Executive literally driving a company into the ground. And we're just getting started, everybody. All right, so again, all I want you to do is just strap in, because it's been a rough year. It's been a rough year for everybody out there.
It's gonna keep getting worse too, by the way. Because the people have woken up and they've realized that they can autistically screech loud enough and destroy an entire game studio. And now that the taste of that power has been felt, there's no going back. We've seen it happen. And we will make it happen again. With pleasure.
Right? And it's only going to get worse.
Wait.
Cheers to Shuhei. Cheers to you, Sel.
Cheers.
What is this? Drinking alcohol. Wow.
Just gonna put that. It's
It's sewn shut. It's all cheap suit.
yeah. Well, so speaking on that topic, I mean, the news has been really crazy. Look at Ubisoft. They got layoffs, they got scandals, they got hostile takeover threats. I mean, seriously, imagine if their games were that exciting.
Oh my God. They would be doing so much
So
better.
the first good joke is by the girl that's not the person who works at the company called Kinda Funny. What am I surprised by? You know what I mean?
So much better.
Yeah, and on top of that, GameStop shut down Game Informer.
And that one really hurt. I can't believe that. Of course, Game Informer was the best part of GameStop.
Yeah, now unfortunately, the best part about a GameStop is leaving the GameStop.
Walking out, yeah.
Yeah.
That one was flat. Okay. There
I'm so sad I didn't get to react to this live. This is amazing. Oh my God.
Stop resisting!
Strap in, everybody. There
Yeah.
was a lot of annoying
Yeah,
culture war
good.
stuff around games in 2024.
Yeah, a lot of the talk revolved around...
This is a segment about me. This is another. See, I'm getting brought up indirectly. Like, obviously, I probably won't be named, like Voldemort, but you know, I'm not as important as apparently Elon Musk or Trump. We gotta work harder on that, guys. We gotta get these videos out. We gotta go to the White House, and like, man, yeah.
on women characters in games not being attractive anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I think about it, I have a very nuanced opinion on it, which is basically, who fucking cares?
The people that made this show and the person next to you, that's why she's wearing this dress. Idiot. Stupid idiot. How can you be that dumb? Like, who cares? It's a room temperature. This is amazing. What is this cringe? This is amazing. Oh my God. Is this discount Ricky Gervais? Not even. Really, not even.
Have these people seen a woman up close before? What the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, we have. You're standing next to one. And, you know, I think if you make characters look more like her and less like the ones in Concord, you wouldn't be having posts like that, and you wouldn't be having games failing like Concord did. That's the reality, and everybody knows it. And I don't like making, you know, judgments on people's appearance or anything like that, but it's very clear that she's wearing a dress that accentuates the way that she looks, and I think that people appreciate that. This is something that people have done for literally thousands of years. It's normal. And so
they could just do
it's
the game
just
they actually
like,
want.
do they have? Do you have no self-awareness at all about this? Do you have no like? This is outrageous. It's absolutely out. How can you be this ridiculously stupid? It's incredible. Oh my God! It's just virtue signaling. Yeah, but like, don't you think you could do it at a time that it doesn't seem quite as hypocritical? It's amazing. It's a script? Yeah, but they probably wrote the script.
Out everybody. But of course, you can tell times are tough because Indiana Jones fighting Nazis in games is now considered political.
Yeah. But you know what? Let's celebrate the good.
Of course.
Personally,
That was not actually the reason why people didn't like Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones did relatively well also. It reviewed well, and the people that played it enjoyed the game. It's like, it's not even something that happened. It wasn't, it was political how? And also the reason why people are unhappy about Indiana Jones is one of the people that was talking about the game looked like your typical, you know, like woke person with like dyed hair and it's like, you know, weird haircut. And they said they're making it for modern audiences. That's the actual reason why. It wasn't political, but it wasn't reviewed well at all. Let's fact check it. Huh, okay, well, what a surprise that my remembrance of a number is in fact accurate. There are a lot of cases where, actually, no. There are very minor cases where I do get things wrong. Usually I don't.
So glad that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is nominated for 6 awards tonight.
Wow. It's over 8. People like it a lot.
Including Game of the Year. Let me tell
Wow.
you, nobody, and I mean nobody, gets screwed out of awards more than a December video game.
Yeah, it's great for Christmas, but terrible for trophies.
Terrible for trophies, and this isn't even a joke. We just really like that game and want to call out the fact that it's great. It got a Game of the Year nomination. Come on.
I know. It really makes you feel like Indiana Jones.
It
you know
does,
what I
it
mean?
does, it
Yeah.
does.
Also, Troy Baker, if you're out there, if you ever want to leave me voicemails as Indiana Jones, feel free.
Okay.
I get one of, come on.
You get one. You get as
Thank
many
you.
as you want. Don't
Thank
worry
you.
about it.
Thank you.
I see Rod Ferguson over here. Of course, one of my favorite games, Diablo.
Rod is in the audience. Oh God. Oh no. He is, yep.
For Vessel of Hatred is nominated for Online Game of the Year. Get your hands together.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rod. Of course, that is a game that takes real skill.
It does. Yeah, and I'm not trying to flatter everyone here, but if
Oh, come on, bro.
I know one thing about this audience
case
is that
it
none of you had to pay someone to play Diablo for you.
Here's how you know that's not true. Is that Elon Musk played Diablo 4 multiple times and he posted videos multiple times. Not even once did anybody call out his skill in the game at all. Because it was so simple and so easy that anybody could do it. So of all the cases of Diablo 4, because it was only really discussed, and it was believable. It's like, wow, he's hitting the big button. Oh my God, he's hitting the big button and doing the big number. And this is on the level that's the big level. Ho 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 ho!
It's hard to level up your own characters when you're dismantling democracy.
That's right. Wow.
I feel like we're in good company here, but just in case for the people online, if you get mad at that joke, it's Greg Miller. G-R-E-G.
M-I-L-L-E-R. Fuck Elon Musk and fuck Donald Trump.
Stunning and brave.
Yeah, speaking of which, a lot of changes.
This is the games industry that, again, these are the people that other people tried to desperately convince you aren't trying to put politics into video games. This is an audience full of them. That's correct. Yep. Wow. Who could have guessed?
Happened in the past year.
That's right. For example, the PlayStation 5 Pro came out last year.
This is true.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, it's so powerful that Sony is almost ready to make a game for it.
Basically,
It's actually crazy that the only jokes that are kind of funny are from the person that doesn't work at Kind of Funny.
Again.
I think it's funny. It's just, what are the odds, right? It's scripted, bro? Yeah, I know.
2024, Sony made a powerful PlayStation. So powerful, it had never been this powerful before. It was the most powerful PlayStation of all time.
You good?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and in 2024, Microsoft made Xbox more confusing than ever. That was not. Come on.
I mean, I get it. Everything's an Xbox with the screen. I think it's cool, but whatever. Online people hate it. But of course.
Okay, that's a Greg W. At least he fucking understands. He's right about that. Xbox is the best publisher out there right now. Like, aside from maybe Steam, right?
We did finally get the big announcement. The Switch 2 is huge. It's a huge deal.
Yes, I'm so excited. I mean, we're still waiting on a lot of important details, of course.
Of course. It's expected to release later this year, and based on tariffs, it's going to cost about $17,000.
Still cheaper than eggs, but you know,
Still
it's fine.
cheaper than eggs, that is correct. Well, it'd be easier to get than eggs
I know,
as well.
honestly, yeah. So another big story from the past year was a lot of companies have been trying to figure out how to incorporate AI into their games.
And Stella
Oh no, here we go. Here's the AI. This is the obligatory AI being bad. Oh god, here we go. You ready?
I actually have a very easy solution.
Yeah, ready? Don't steal my
I told you. It's just it's these people. It's like it's in PC programming, man. It's so sad. It really is. You know, people like this make me feel really good. And to be fair, I think this girl is doing a relative. It's mainly this guy that's very obnoxious. The girl is okay. People like this actually put me in a good mood because I realize that we're gonna keep winning because people like this are so obnoxious, so unlikable, so rude, so annoying that they just can't stop getting in the way of themselves. This is great.
Joke.
Yeah.
Don't steal my line.
Don't put AI in your games. We stopped the NFT thing. We should learn from that mistake. We should also not do the AI thing, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, but some of you in this audience are real heroes. As a resident of Los Angeles, and I know some of y'all are too, I want to personally thank each and every one of you who donated.
So there's a lot. This show's in California. So the problem with something like this is that there are just if you're like one of those, you know, they call them chuds, like this is like watching remember like whenever Alex Jones got into the Bohemian Grove and he's like, it's real, I knew it all along. I knew it. It's like confirming every fucking bias, every stereotype, everything that you could possibly do. It's amazing.
Did it or put your game in a bundle or did anything to raise money to help with the fires.
Yeah.
Seriously, thank you.
The fires suck.
Of course, so many people do great stuff.
Let me guess. Now he's going to pivot to making a dig at Trump for something.
Let us give you one example. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is nominated for 3 awards tonight, and that's impressive on its own.
Oh, that's pretty good. They didn't do that. I'm surprised.
Even more impressive, a bundle created for Call of Duty raised over $1.6 million to help with LA fires.
All right.
And then Activision donated another $1 million. So let's give it up for them.
Good job, Activision.
It was just Activision's way of saying, we love you, Los Angeles.
Yeah, but also Treyarch's way of saying, we're so sorry that Peter Ackerman flew a drone into that plane.
What? I don't know about that.
It turns out you can't solve every problem with a joystick.
No, unfortunately. But also, sorry, Treyarch. We know he's not actually there anymore. Sorry.
But we also know it definitely came up in some conversations, so.
Yeah. But also nominated tonight is Balatro.
Yes. You already already know, but Balatro is great because at its core, it's an addictively simple game.
Yeah, I know some of y'all are playing it right now on your phones. But describing Balatro to someone makes you sound like an insane person.
Okay, so it's poker, but there's like 50 jokers. And you can only use 5 of them unless, of course, you have a negative joker, which gives you more jokers.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That sounds easy.
Very easy. I don't know why people have so much trouble with it. It's also wild, of course, that the developer of Balatro is anonymous.
Yeah, so if any of you are looking to impress someone at the after party, have I got a lie for you?
Yeah, I created Balatro, you know, with all the
Where's
cards
this
and
going? It's going to the cemetery. It is. It is. It's going to the morgue. We found the we found the negative joker. Somebody just found a negative joker. Oh God. Oh man, there it is, right?
Oh my God. Can I buy you a drink later?
It's that easy, everybody, and I think it's open bar, so that's even weirder.
Can we skip this? It's almost over.
But that's right! The developer of Balatro is anonymous. I mean, seriously, who is this joker? I can't believe they're booing you, Stella.
How dare you?
This is actually true, of course. The developer... Easy, everybody, and I think it's open bar, so that's even weirder.
Can we skip this? It's almost over.
But that's right! The developer of Balatro is anonymous. I mean, seriously, who is this joker? I can't believe they're booing you, Stella.
How dare you?
This is actually true, of course. We were actually told to only do one Balatro joke.
To which we said, nobody does just one round of Balatro.
Because you play fast and you play a lot of rounds all at once. Oh, now they're hissing. Damn, they hate you. They hate you, Stella. Wow.
Okay, fine. What about Astrobot? There we go. Okay, we got him back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what an amazing game. So deserving of a nomination for Game of the Year.
I know, right? Astrobot was like a beautiful commercial for every game that Sony doesn't make anymore.
That was a good one, to be fair. I would say that is in fact kind of funny. It's been 10 minutes, so he's finally got one in.
Look, bring back
Yep.
Parappa the Rapper already. I need a reason to...
Come on, where is he? Bring him back!
Oh, also, let's not forget about Marvel Rivals, which is nominated for Online Game of the Year.
What a great game!
Didn't they just criticize like Donald Trump or Elon Musk for trying to dismantle democracy, and now they're glazing a Chinese-made game? I don't know, guys. I don't know about this. I think there's a bit of it's different. I don't think it's different really that much at all. Yeah, I don't. I really don't think it's that different. It's not. Yeah, You're assuming they know it's Chinese made. Where's the correlation there? The correlation there is that China is every company that is in China is owned is related to the Chinese Communist Party, and the games that are put out by China are censored and moderated in ways that make the Chinese international image look better. And so if you have a problem with people that are trying to dismantle democracy and you're glazing a Chinese game, I'm sorry, but I'm just simply not going to have... And also, this, by the way, is a Chinese game that actively censors discussions about genocide. I'm just simply like, and by the way, I have no problem with this. I love Marvel Rivals. I played it like 2 days ago. But I'm not grandstanding. It's different? It's not. I don't think it's different at all. Who cares? They do. And I do too. I think it's an insult to the intelligence of a lot of the viewers when you can have such obvious double standards that I think it just makes it to where like all of these opinions are just really only specific political issues. Yeah. It's virtue signaling that's opportunistic that gets applause. It's obvious to you? Yeah, it is. You care what happens in China? I mean, to an extent, yeah. If they're marketing a product and putting out, and if they're, yeah, I think it's fair to care, like, to an extent what happens over there. And if you want to make a political statement and then you don't hold other people to the same standard, I think that's outrageous. What does genocide have to do with Marvel Rivals? Well, you can't discuss certain topics or use certain words in the chat of Marvel Rivals because they conflict with CCP censorship. Yeah, type 1989. So I don't know. I don't think it's different really at all. No, I find it to be completely hypocritical and annoying. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so I think I saw some people who didn't clap. Anyone who didn't clap probably worked on Overwatch, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, okay. But also, I like that games named
Well, it's accurate that she said worked, considering most of them probably already got fired.
Torment, Vessel of Hatred, and Mouthwashing are all nominated, and surprisingly, the one that messed me up the most is Mouthwashing.
Yeah, of course.
It was a good game.
I don't want to get too graphic. I don't want to spoil anything either, but in that game, you cut off a piece of another character's leg and feed it to him.
You literally just spoiled it.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm about to spoil something too, because it's crazy. The same exact thing happened in The Plucky Squire.
I didn't see it coming. You know? Such a nice little art style, and I'm just feeding people legs. It's weird. Also, is it me, or is role-playing game of the year one of the most wild categories this year?
Yeah, I mean, literally,
It's
Final
almost
Fantasy
over,
VII
guys.
Rebirth and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth allow you to ride dolphins. So let me repeat
It's almost
that.
over.
2 of the nominated games allow you to ride dolphins.
Thank God, yeah.
Come on, you can go. It's fine. John Vignacchi knows it's impressive, right, John? Yeah, thank you very much. But of course, I think we can all agree that it's the story in a role-playing game that really gives you porpoise.
That was, yeah.
Man, Stella, I'll see if I can get Jessica Chobat back. I don't know, man.
I will literally powerbomb you through a table.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Anyways, so there is Helldivers 2 also, which we both love. Which is, yeah.
Come on. For Super Earth!
Yes. Yes, and Helldivers 2 is nominated for 6 awards tonight, including Game of the Year.
Now, if you're not familiar with Helldivers 2, it's a game in which the Earth could be destroyed if Arrowhead ever uses the PlayStation Network login screen again. Turns out PC gamers really hate that. Who would have thought? All right, we're gonna start giving out the awards, but I wanted to give you all one more time to give it up for yourselves, please, everybody.
Wow.
Yes, and please give it up for Noodle House for all the amazing visuals throughout the show that you'll be seeing quite shortly.
Man.
We really appreciate all of you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, listen, we may joke
Well-
about the industry, but we truly love games more than anything.
Even more than family.
Oh. Hey, Jen, if you want to be with a real gamer, let me know. Just saying.
The Force
You look
laughing
better
is
in green.
cringe.
I do. Thank you. But yeah, no, games are an art form that brings people together across the world in a time where we really need it.
And it's because of all of you, the developers, the staff, everyone that we have these games.
You are actually, literally the lifeblood of this industry, and you are what makes it great. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Let's get on with the show, everybody. It's DICE!
I feel like this guy is like if you took Jack Black and you made him more obnoxious, more virtue signally, and you removed the charisma aspect, and then he wasn't funny. Like he's basically like the negative Joker version of Jack Black. You know, that's pretty much where we're at. And so anyway, Jack White, yeah, I guess so. But no, he's too cool for that. I don't even want to use. Yeah, absolutely not. And yeah, he's just Greg. And so this is a, I don't even know what to say, man. It's, I think this goes and it explains exactly, I see something like this, and every conspiracy theory that I have, and every partially complete but not completely justified bias that I have about games media and about video game, like the people that make video games, I watch this and I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, it looks like I was right about everything. Like, it does. What conspiracy? I think that they all have all the same political views. I think that they inject those political views into the games. I think that they have these reductive and also fucking Luddite views on things like AI. They're extremely unlikable. They're not funny. You know, that's it. I feel so validated. Yeah, I do. I feel massively validated by this. And how long do you think this is going to turn around? Well, I mean, this show really didn't go very well. So if I go and I look at, so where's the biggest, the most popular version of this? So this is, I guess, on IGN. So this is from 2022. We can look at that, 2024. And so let's go ahead and see how people reacted last time. So 2022, people generally liked it. 2024, people generally liked it. And then this one now, this is the new one that just came out, and people actually overall did not like it. So this is what happens when you do this. This is exactly what it is. And you can just look at it right there. They hate watched it. Yeah, it has 2 comments. Well, there we go. Greg Miller is the joke. Get it? Yeah. And so, and what's this? You'll get more views in less than half an hour. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, in general. But anyway, this is, it's really sad to see it happen. It really is. But this is what happens when you make a, you know, when you have an industry that's built in a bubble, and the bubble is bursting. They're complaining about layoffs, and they don't realize that their attitude, their demeanor, and everything about them is the reason why the layoffs are happening. It's because they forgot they were selling to customers. It's sad.
All right, ready?
Set.
He's here.
I'll be very cool. All right.
Oh my god!
You read the title?
I thought I was having a stroke.
Okay.
Yes. For her
two husbands.
I mean, I thought I was.
Kenya's 2 husbands are meeting her boyfriend.
Yes. So her 2 husbands are meeting her boyfriend.
All right.
Macaque.
Oh my god! Baby!
Both of them are not happy about a third nigga.
Yeah.
They was like, yo, I'm already dealing with another one.
You already know.
What do I look like? Khaled and another one?
You already know. One husband's looking at you like, he not like us. He not. Just hear the way she's screaming?
Yeah.
Dude, she jumped off the floor. Yeah. She giggling.
She about to drop both of us for this guy.
Yeah, after she dropped the panties for that dude.
Nah, she doing too much.
You saying baby and everything? Nah, that's crazy. You already know she's getting digged down real good. Better than you could give it.
You guys went from husbands to daddies.
Nah, you went from husbands to sit in that corner and watch.
Yeah, daddies.
Yeah.
Because now it's not, because the vibe that it gives me is that she's not even introducing her boyfriend to her 2 husbands. She's introducing her boyfriend to her 2 daddies.
Nah, bro. If she's not on birth control, she get knocked up. You already know. The boyfriend's definitely the father.
Yep.
Yeah, just that got that dominance. He got them dominant swimmers.
But I gotta be a sketch.
His swimmers outswim everybody.
That gotta be.
They reach their destination. This.
But it's not even so much the swimmers that are good. It's also whenever the lady climaxes, she pumps that thing. And you know, the way she giggling now.
Yeah. Her toes curling right now.
Yeah.
Come in. I'm so glad to see
It'll be my first time meeting David. Not sure what to expect. Hey.
David.
Hey, what's up,
Remember
baby?
Carl?
What's happening?
Oh,
man. It's been years, almost a decade, you know what I'm saying?
And this is Tiger David.
Heard a lot about you, man. You on the same damn height? Almost.
Let me rub your back while I hug you, because I be doing a whole lot of rubbing. You're going to be doing a whole lot of rubbing in the corner, so let me show you how it feels.
Brotherhood is together. No, just have a seat. Together, crickets.
I'm just lying. Yeah, you know nobody's laughing.
Have a seat. Let me take your bag.
You know, Kenya was very giddy, and we haven't really seen her in that state in a while, kind of like tripping over herself.
Puts me a little on edge because I'm suddenly being moved out of Kenya's bedroom just as another person is suddenly coming back into her life.
Hey, no way. I'm a little suspicious because she told me to leave the bedroom.
Ain't no way.
And her boyfriend's visiting.
Yo.
I know what they be doing up in that bedroom, but let me just say, sawdust in my eyes does not feel great when I'm trying to sleep.
Tiger.
Yeah?
You're a kitty cat.
Hey, listen, I'm just saying, there's some squeaking going on, and ain't a rubber duck.
And ain't the floor either.
Yeah, my guy. Mr. Clean, bald head going right in.
She just went Tyler the Creator on them.
What was that?
She looked up the Rolodex for big buff neck niggas for some hot butt sex.
Me and Flex looking in the index for buff net niggas just for some hot butt sex.
What made you go with that verse?
Anyways, moving on.
This is the perfect example of me using a VPN changer. Yeah, because we just came back from a trip in Africa. We were in Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia. And while I was there, well, I have some programs that I wanted to watch here. And, well, sometimes those programs are blocked because of the region that you're watching them from. Yeah, you already know that. So you use a VPN changer to change the location of where you are. It doesn't matter if you're watching, and that's exactly that you're on with them out there. Be safe on. It's great. Not just one device, unlimited devices. That's correct. If you want to profit of your 30-day money-back warranty and your 4 months for free of Surfshark, click on the link below or go to surfshark.com/AbbaandPreach and get yours.
So there's an opposite version of this.
I am a stay-at-home dad. In our household, the women are the breadwinners. That's the way we run things here. That's the way we like it to be structured.
Nick is a trophy husband, if you will.
We prefer it that way, honestly. Like, I would go crazy if I was at the house all the time, and I pride myself on being a breadwinner, and Jenny's right there with me. I am a manager at an organization company. Jen is management in an IT company. Jen and I make more than enough money by ourselves. We don't need that. We don't want that.
Let me just say this right quick. If you look at a chessboard, the king doesn't really move much, because he just moves a square at a time. Meanwhile,
She looked at the camera like, not this fucking metaphors. Not this fucking bullshit. Here we go. You can tell she heard that shit. You already know. They just want her. Listen, you know,
the king don't move that much.
Nah, listen.
It's a kingdom.
I've been to Africa, and you know what the lion does? Sleeps all day while the lioness hunts. And as the king of the jungle, I gotta take my rightful place. Now, bitch, give me my money. Hey, I'm just saying, you know, as the kingfish, I don't gotta do nothing. I just sit in my little algae right here, you know, with the seaweed, and I'm just chilling.
The kingfish?
Yeah.
No, sir. That's the boy that man.
What does that mean?
Escovish.
What?
Because the Jamaicans, when they call someone gay, they say a whole kinds of fish things anyways.
Okay.
So you say kingfish?
Yeah, kingfish.
No, sir.
I don't know what that is. I don't have time for the Caribbean anti-gayness, all right? You need to sort your shit out, sir.
I'm sorry, you're African.
That's right.
My bad.
That's right.
Why
We just burned them down. But just like, listen, these kind of like polygamous relationships, do I believe they're real?
No, it's on TV. Nothing is real.
I mean, someone got to be living that lifestyle.
Some people. Yeah.
And to my knowledge, I think these people, at least for some of these channels, they actually do look for people who are living this lifestyle.
Yes, I understand, but they fluff it.
Oh,
And that
sure,
I know
yeah,
for
yeah.
sure that yes, there's a base in all of that, but they fluff a whole lot of the stories. So
here we go, party poop over here.
Oh yeah,
big party poop over here, just because he's in a monogamous relationship,
They're not the same.
and he get married, he want to shit on all the poly people.
I'm not getting married. No, it's because I work on TV and I see how it is, and it's pretty freaking annoying. Sometimes they want to paint you with something. A lot of these couples, they get there, like, yeah, we're a bit like that. Oh, okay. So now what you're gonna do is you're gonna meet her new boy. They set the whole shit up. I don't mind about them doing that thing. Go on, do your thing.
I mean, all I know
is the TV that's a bit.
She married to 2 fellas, and he got 2 girls paying his bills.
He just moves a square at a time. Meanwhile, the queen.
She almost rolled her eyes, bro. I swear to God, she almost did.
The queen's got all the power. The king just kind of holds court.
Shut up, stupid. That's pretty.
Everyone in that image looks a bit slow, but
say that again.
Everyone in that image looks a bit slow. I mean, his eyes are just like darted out like one of them sharks. Those 2 girls looking like they're held high. I don't know. It look off to me. But hey, listen, happiness for all.
Are you saying he looks like the Ice Age squirrel?
My friend told me, he's like, yo, hey, listen, I'm getting married, yes, and my homie's marrying the same girl. What would that conversation be like? Okay.
You're doing what?
Why?
To who?
Y'all sharing the same girl? She can have boyfriends too? Okay. She paying like your mama's bills? Like, what's she doing? Why? Y'all take turns sleeping in her bed when she with other men?
I mean, everybody lives their lifestyle. I don't care about that. And don't go thinking that it's an easier life. It's not easier because they got 2 people and everything and stuff. Polyamory is really something else. It's really something different. It's not necessarily easy. It's different, but it's not necessarily easy.
I know. Anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you. Just saying. Okay, this is completely no context, but I thought it was funny, so here we go.
No context.
He's recording me now.
What are you doing?
Just stop recording me. He's trying to record me.
What are
now.
you doing? Stop hitting.
Stop not hitting you. Get the phone out of
When
my
your attacker
face.
plays victim.
This person is like ridiculous. Help me. I don't know the address because he just brought me here on a date after he beat me.
You came over here on your own will.
I did not.
What are you doing?
Dad, stop it. This is what a narcissist does. Help me, please. I've only lived here for 2 weeks. I don't know this person.
What are you doing?
Stop it. Why are you recording me?
Because you're crazy.
I'm like naked in your apartment after you like just woke up and I don't know what happened.
No, I asked you to leave politely, and you didn't.
I don't know. He's like putting the phone on me and he has like.
She was wearing his t-shirt.
That dude was butt naked in bed, and she was right by the exit. She really is on the phone with the police. It's not a sketch. You can hear the dispatcher.
Yes.
He's recording me now.
And she was at the front door. She came back to him because he
with his t-shirt on.
She could put her clothes and leave.
Yes.
Okay. This is why I tell y'all, careful with your one night stands. Yeah, I mean, you don't know these people. You invite them home. Y'all inviting all kinds of crazy. This is why I tell people I don't do that shit. I don't. I mean, it's 2-3 dates. If you can't sniff out the crazy in 2-3 dates, take 7 dates. Okay. But y'all be letting these random people in your home. They a little bit unstable.
Oh, just by the way, this is not a man-woman thing.
Yup.
It's for everybody.
Yup.
This is for men. This is why it's for men.
I was speaking to men specifically, but yes.
The equivalent is for women too. Don't let anybody in your house like that. You don't know who has them screws loose.
Yep.
She woke up a different person.
She sounded a little bit inebriated still, so it sounds like they had some dinner, they had some drinks. He took her home, smashed the goods, and told her, "Can you leave?" And then she no. She didn't wake up a different person. They woke up. He's like, "Could you please leave?" And then she snapped.
There's some people that don't deal with rejection.
Yeah, or feel like, oh,
that's man and woman.
Or she might have just realized what it is. You know what I mean? She might have realized like, oh, this guy don't want me. He's just trying to smash.
Just smash, right?
Yeah. This is what I call when somebody masturbates inside of you and you realize like, oh, you were just a reciprocal. Yeah, that's what that was.
Don't invite crazy at your house.
Definitely don't invite crazy. But you know,
sometimes you don't know, and sometimes you really don't know.
Yeah, and it's like one of the spur of the moments that sound more exciting than it is. But generally speaking, like, first off, genuinely in those kind of situations, the sex is almost always horrible, almost always. And then also,
you mean to tell me that this is.
okay, this is completely no context.
But yes. The equivalent is for women to don't let anybody in your house like that. You don't know who has them screws loose.
Yep.
She woke up a different person.
She sounded a little bit inebriated still, so it sounds like they had some dinner, they had some drinks. He took her home, smashed the goods, and told her, "Can you leave?" And then she no. She didn't wake up a different person. They woke up. He's like, "Could you please leave?" And then she snapped.
There's some people that don't deal with rejection.
Yeah, or feel like, oh,
that's man and woman.
Or she might have just realized what it is. You know what I mean? She might have realized like, oh, this guy don't want me. He's just trying to smash. Yeah. This is what I call. This is what I call when somebody masturbates inside of you and you realize like, oh, you were just a reciprocal. Yeah, that's what that was.
Don't invite crazy at your house.
Definitely don't invite crazy. But you know,
sometimes you don't know, and sometimes you really don't know.
Yeah, and it's like one of the spur of the moments that sound more exciting than it is. But generally speaking, like, first off, genuinely in those kind of situations, the sex is almost always horrible, almost always. And then also,
you mean to tell me that this is not going to be great?
Yeah.
Fucking take me now.
I mean, hygiene's gonna be a little bit off. You know, people drinking, sweating, rubbing up and things. So it's gonna be a bit off.
If they went to the bathroom, they don't wipe properly because they don't
wipe properly. Yeah. And then the breath, you know, if they're not hydrated, a little bit dicey, you know. And then the morning is just always awkward because then like people are a little bit more sober. So it's just, hey.
This came from a place of truth.
Yeah. I can only say I've done it twice in my life. I would never do it again. Okay. But, you know, he better be careful. Because this is one of them. He said, she said, and honestly, this camera, even though, oh, this is a smoke, it's nothing. She could say before the camera started rolling, he hit her. She could say whatever the fuck she wants. And you don't want to be caught up in a he said, she said, because even though that's not the best evidence.
Especially with the cops.
Yeah, no. It just takes one wrong thing. Maybe you were too rough with her in bed. Maybe it was this or that. And that could be enough for you to be catching a charge.
Amber Heard is a occurring thing.
I mean, this is definitely way different, but I get what you're trying to say. Like, is she a liar kind of thing. Yeah. So, and then also for ladies, like, you guys can call it slut, whatever, the shame thing, because I just gave the same advice to dudes, but yeah, it's an even riskier prospect for you ladies.
Yes.
Because y'all the ones who generally disappear after these events.
Yes.
Y'all the ones who get stuffed in suitcases and get sent floating down the river like a message in a bottle.
Y'all need to be extra careful.
Yeah.
So why don't you just say that man to be extra nice? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure all the criminals watching this are taking the advice and taking notes.
Oh shit, sorry about that. My bad. Yeah. The crazies are really gonna go, shit, my bad. I really went crazy on that. Sorry about that.
Listen, I tell people you gotta understand your own circumstances and protect yourself. So I tell black dudes, if you're with a white girl, be aware. Sorry, you just gotta be aware. It's a thing. And I'll tell women, if you a man, you gotta be aware. And if that's victim blame, whatever, okay, cool, whatever. I'd rather you be alive than I'd be virtuous. Me watching this video, like she puts his hands on him multiple times.
Habite chez nous.
What are you doing?
Stop recording me.
What are you doing? Stop him.
Stop not hitting you. Get the phone out of my face.
Hey, what
You're in my house. Leave.
It don't matter.
No, it don't matter. But leave. Get your shit. That's what téléphone. If you were that afraid, you would try to scramble or leave or whatever you.
Yeah.
You're not even trying to do that.
No.
Trying to look for your pants or panties or whatever. Nah. Or just telling the person to stop recording. Everything is wrong in that video.
There was this video of like this streamer, and I think he's like streaming with this white girl, and the guy's like, "Yo, listen, if you put your hands on me again, I'll punch you in your face." And she looks at him, she's like, "Dude, I'll call the cops. I'll put on the best story you ever heard, and who are they gonna believe?" And you see the guy quiet.
Yeah,
you saw it?
I saw that.
Stop looking at my phone.
So if I slap you right now, are you calling the cops?
If you, first of all, okay, as soon as you reach to try to slap, I box, so I know when to leave some shit.
Who are the cops gonna believe, me or you? Okay, so please stop and be quiet.
And you see the guy get quiet, and she's like, "You know, I tell a good story," and he's like, "Well, it's on camera, like, it don't matter."
The only thing that's gonna help you is witnesses.
I got my sister right here.
Cause I'm putting on the best fucking sob story I could ever put on in my life.
It's on stream, dickhead.
I was like, damn. It probably does matter, but it was just like, you could see it in his head start to clock in, like, oh yeah, this is the circumstances. I think you got to be aware of what you messing with.
If someone that like does stuff like that don't respect boundaries, I can never really chill with that person or be like that, especially to that extent. It's like, oh, okay.
That's how you move?
That's how you move. That's the, okay, yeah, we can never be.
Yeah.
How much do you want your wedding to cost?
My thing is not a cost thing. It just needs to
Say that up, but we know. Come on.
I want 2 weddings there. I want one here and I want one abroad in South Africa.
So you've roughly done the costings, roughly?
I haven't done the cost.
But roughly.
Probably like 600k. Probably even more. Probably like...
What currency are we talking about?
Pounds.
That's definitely 1.23 Canadian.
You're gonna be alone.
Yo, that's crazy.
You're gonna be alone. You're going to be alone.
My girl said, hold up. You gotta appreciate this comment, because look how it started.
My thing is not a cost thing. It just needs to
Say that up, but we know.
My thing is not a cost thing. Yeah, that's easy to say when you don't gotta pay the 1.2 billion. Anybody who made that money would not be this comfortable saying 1.2 million for a wedding.
I want a wedding here and one abroad.
I mean, that's not that abnormal. Because, like, let's say if you and your partner live in the North American context or Western context, and a lot of your family's in the other country, it's actually really normal to do.
600K.
Like I said, 2 weddings is not crazy. 600K is crazy.
What currency are we talking about?
Pounds. Probably like 500k.
Wedding.
400k.
Wedding.
350.
Wedding.
How much?
You're trolling me.
100k is great. Very much more common, but still.
300k is a whole house. It's a whole house. It's a 2-3 bedroom house.
How much?
You're trolling me.
Why am I going down?
You're trolling
How
me.
much do they cost?
A wedding.
Yeah, my dress, my bridesmaids, my car, my people, my hair, like my ring.
All those things are yours. None of those things you're paying for. That's crazy.
That's crazy. You said my bridesmaids.
It's like
that's such a crazy number.
You're still in your head with that, and I think there's a lot of girls, even guys that are like that. Whatever. In your head, you're still a little girl.
Yeah.
You're still a little girl that wants her prince and her castle. I want to live in a castle, knowing damn well that the chance of that happening or not. But good on you. If that's what makes you live another day, you believe that, boo-boo.
The reason why I know she a little girl is because she don't make no money. Because if she made money, she would never say that shit.
100%.
She's used to other people providing for her. That's it. That's why she don't understand why her number's ridiculous.
I saw.
And she was dropping it too. She went 300, 600, 500.
She don't know. She don't know. She don't know.
Come on, accept something. Like, this girl's goofy as fuck.
And it's really not what's in the wedding that matter, because all the things that she said, you could have that for under 100K.
You could have
It's just
that.
the amount of money that is just it sounds lavish, it sounds nice. So I saw a clip of this kid crying, and it was his mom recording the kid, and the kid just received his first check, and he just learned about taxes, and he was crying. Understand?
Show me the video.
Come on, man. Got his first check. First check ever in life, boy.
Because he was expected to, lady.
Why your face like that, JoJo?
Probably the taxes. It's probably the taxes.
Would you expect it more?
Because you're 18.
Joe.
Yeah.
Where you going, man?
If I earned because you have to take out federal taxes.
You pay taxes for everything, Joe.
You lucky ain't no state taxes.
Listen, they take out.
And he's just. What happened? Taxes!
Where's all your money gone, Daddy? Taxes. 9, 10, 11.
When you start to, and I had a moment like that when I had my first job, and I went to see the human resources with my check, and it's like, yo, there's a couple of money missing on my check. No, everything is there. Well, how come I work this and that? And the lady went, okay. So this is that, this is the government again, this is that, and this is that. They can't do that. Yes, they can. And I went home straight to my mom. My mom was laughing, and she's like, yeah.
Welcome to being here.
Yeah. My mom was waiting for this moment. Yeah. That's life. So when I pay shit for you and you don't like it, you ungrateful son of a bitch, you know exactly what it is. Yeah. Okay. My mom was super. She was having a moment.
Yeah, this girl said 350 candy.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Anyways, let's know what y'all think in the comments.
Oh shit.
Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer. And Bezos has become $28 billion richer since Election Day. 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in terms of health care. Does anyone really think that the oligarchs give a damn about ordinary? Trust me, they don't. Mr. President, we are living in an extremely dangerous time. Future generations will look back at this moment, what we do right now, and remember whether we had the courage to defend our democracy against the growing threats of oligarchy and authoritarianism. They will remember whether we stood with President Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, who in 1863, looking out over a battlefield where thousands of people had died, thousands of soldiers died in the fight against slavery. And he stated that, quote, "This nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Do we stand with Lincoln's vision of America, or do we sit idly by and allow this country to move into a new vision, and that is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire class. But it is not just oligarchy that we should be concerned about. Not just the reality that today 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million. 3 people, more wealth than the bottom 170 million Americans. It is not just that the gap between the very, very rich and everyone else is growing wider, and it is not just that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we have ever had. On top of all of that, the reality is that today we are moving rapidly under President Trump toward authoritarianism. More and more power resting in fewer and fewer hands. President, as we speak right now, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, is attempting to dismantle major agencies of the federal government which are designed to protect the needs of working families and the disadvantaged. These agencies were created by the U.S. Congress, and it is Congress's responsibility to maintain them, to reform them, or to end them. It is not Mr. Musk's responsibility. What Mr. Musk is doing is patently illegal and unconstitutional and must be ended. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans. An outrageous and clearly unconstitutional act. And as I hope every 6th grader, every kid in the 6th grade in this country knows, under the Constitution and our form of government, the President can recommend legislation, he can support legislation, he can veto legislation, but he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding passed by the Congress. It is Congress, the House and the Senate, who control the purse strings. But in this move toward authoritarianism, it is not just the Congress that is being attacked. It is our judiciary. This weekend, the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law School, who clerked for a Supreme Court justice, said that, and I quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power," end quote. Really? I thought that one of the major functions of the federal courts is to interpret our Constitution and, when appropriate, serve as a check on the unconstitutional power of the executive. That's not just what I believe. That is what I suspect every legal scholar and lawyer in America understands to be the case. Further, Mr. Musk, meanwhile, has proposed, and I quote, that the worst 1% of appointed judges be fired every year, end quote, and he demanded the impeachment of judges that have blocked him from accessing sensitive Treasury Department files. No doubt, under Mr. Musk's rule, it will be him and his billionaire friends who determine who the worst judges are. And no, Mr. Musk, I must tell you, you don't impeach judges who rule against you here in the United States. You may or may not know this, Mr. Musk, but under the U.S. Constitution, we have a separation of powers, brilliantly crafted by the founding fathers of this country in the 1770s, and it has worked pretty well throughout our country's history. We have an executive branch, we have a legislative branch, and we have a judiciary. Mr. President, what we are seeing now is not just an organized attack on the power of the Congress and the responsibility of the judiciary. Mr. Trump and his friends are not just trying to undermine two of the three pillars of our constitutional government, Congress and the courts, they are also going after the media in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country. Trust me that every member of Congress will tell you that the people working in the media and media organizations are not perfect. We have all had our experiences with the media. Media, like everything else, makes mistakes every day. But I do hope that every member of Congress understands that you cannot have a functioning democracy. You cannot have a free flow of information. You cannot have the pursuit of truth without an independent press. A press not intimidated by presidents of the United States, but a president who writes it and sees it the way they understand it to be. And in that regard, I want to mention to my colleagues what President Trump has done just in recent months. Mr. Trump has sued ABC and received a $15 million settlement. He has sued Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and received a $25 million settlement. He has sued CBS and its parent company Paramount and is right now in negotiations over a settlement. He has sued the Des Moines Register for a poll results that he didn't like, and his FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR, major news outlets in our country. In other words, we have a president of the United States who is using his incredible power and the power of his agencies to go after media in this country who are saying and doing things he does not like. How are we going to have an independent media if journalists are looking over their shoulders, fearful that their reporting will trigger a lawsuit from the most powerful executive in the world? Mr. President, in the midst of all of this, I think that now is the time to ask a very, very simple question, something I think that is on the minds of millions of Americans. What do Mr. Musk, Mr. Trump, and their fellow billionaires really want? Now, it's not really taking over Greenland, the Panama Canal, all that stuff. The real question is, what is their end game? What is their goal? What are they striving for? And in my view, the answer really is not complicated. It is not novel. It is not new. It is, in fact, exactly what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted and have always believed to be their right, and that is more power for themselves, more control for themselves, and more wealth for themselves. And in their pursuit of more power, more control, and more wealth, they are determined to not allow democracy and the rule of law to get in their way. For Mr. Musk and his fellow oligarchs, the needs, the concerns, the pain, the ideas, the dreams of ordinary people are simply an impediment to what they, the oligarchs, are entitled to. And that is really what they believe. They are entitled to all of the wealth and the power they have, and they are determined to stop anyone who gets in their way. Mr. President, this process, this phenomenon that is going on right now is not the first time that we have seen this in our country's history. As I think many Americans understand, in pre-revolutionary America, before the 1770s, before the creation of the United States and the writing of our Constitution, the ruling class of that time governed through a doctrine called the divine right of kings. The belief that the King of England was an agent of God, that God appointed him, and that he was not to be questioned by mere mortal human beings. He was appointed by God. In modern times, we no longer have the divine right of kings. What we now have is an ideology being pushed by the oligarchs, which says that as a very, very wealthy group of people, often self-made, often the masters of revolutionary new technology, and as high IQ individuals, it is their absolute right to rule. In other words, the oligarchs of today are our modern-day kings. And Mr. President, it is not just power that they want. Despite the incredible wealth that they currently have, they want more and more and more. Their greed has no end. Today, Mr. Musk is worth $402 billion. Mr. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion, and Mr. Bezos is worth $249 billion. With combined wealth of $903 billion, these three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million Americans. And not surprisingly, since Trump was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer, Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer, and Bezos has become $28 billion richer since Election Day in November. Meanwhile, Mr. President, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in terms of health care. 25% of our seniors in this country are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. 800,000 Americans are homeless, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And real inflation-adjusted wages for the average American worker has not gone up in 50 years. Does anyone really think 50 years? Does anyone really think that the oligarchs give a damn about ordinary? Trust me, they don't.
I'm Dr. Orna Goralnik.
Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer.
I'm Dr. Orna Goralnik, psychologist and psychoanalyst. I'm here to answer your questions from the internet. This is Couples Therapy Support.
Bye, sweetie.
All right, Level Studio says, you shouldn't have to change for your partner is an extremely silly oversimplification. I agree that it's a silly oversimplification, but there is some wisdom in it. You know, when people come to therapy, to see a couples therapist, they often, their hidden agenda is, here's my partner, help me change them. And one of the main things I have to do in couples therapy is kind of reverse that assumption that really what needs to happen is your partner needs to change, because that is not how it works. For couples to live well together, each person needs to take responsibility for themselves and see what they can change within themselves and how can they learn to accept and love their partner for who they are. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't adjust and take seriously how we impact our partner, but that is different from expecting your partner to truly change. Depresso Espresso asks, my boyfriend thinks he should say whatever hurtful thing is on his mind because he values the truth. Well, that is not helpful. If you're talking in hurtful ways to your partner, that is just not interesting, not helpful, only damaging. The truth is not everything that comes to your mind. The truth is what is constructive to the relationship. Mutiny 34 is asking, Reddit, if you have to ask yourself if you love your partner, does that mean you don't? No, that doesn't mean you don't. People's feelings are something that comes and goes and changes all the time, depending on the external and internal weather, depending on things that are happening around us, whether it's in the relationship or outside in the world. So the way we feel changes all the time. Even though there might be a very steady undercurrent of love, the way you feel from moment to moment or day to day can change, and sometimes you can lose touch with parts of yourself, and those are moments when you might ask yourself, wait, what's happening here? How do I feel? And that's normal. Dear Chanel exclaims, my boyfriend can't have female friends, exclamation mark. Don't care. Controlling your partner is probably not going to be a good recipe for a solid relationship and for a mutually respectful relationship. You want people to be happy, you want them to have like rich and full lives, and if your relationship is based on limiting your partner's experience in the world, that is going to eventually kill the relationship. Zane Fox asks, how do you know your partner is the one? I don't know if there is the one. I don't know. It depends on what your philosophy of life is. When do you decide to really commit yourself to another person depends on many things. I don't know what it means really to be the one, but if you're in a relationship in which you're growing and thriving and feeling a lot of love and respect for your partner, that sounds pretty good. I think people carry within them a lot of intense fantasies that sometimes get in the way of being in reality. If you're in a good relationship and you're thriving, your life is getting better, and you're full of love, that sounds pretty good. At Koljo Anu asks, what do you all do when your partner needs space and you crave closeness? That is actually almost the most common dynamic that gets formed in a relationship, and sometimes people can take turns in terms of who's the one that wants and who's the one that retreats. And almost the most, and you crave closeness. That is actually a partner needs space and you crave closeness. That is actually what you all do when you your partner needs space and you crave closeness. That is actually almost the most common dynamic that gets formed in a relationship, and sometimes people can take turns in terms of who's the one that wants and who's the one that retreats. I sometimes think of it as a hairdryer kind of chasing a paper bag. There's always some dynamic of push and pull. And what do you do about it? First of all, accept that that's a common dynamic. If you use the metaphor of the hairdryer, you might realize that sometimes the more you push, the more the other person will need to retreat. So sometimes it's a good idea to paradoxically turn things around And when you realize that someone needs space, move back, lean back, take your own space, take care of yourself, do what you need, and then when it's time, you'll both come back together. Sepe the Stud is asking, is it just me or does couple therapy sound fun? Like I'm just allowed to talk to my significant other like they ain't sitting right next to me? Okay. I do think couples therapy can be fun. Obviously, that's what I do. I don't think couples therapy is talking about your significant others. That's not a good use of the therapeutic space. But it's a good chance to talk about things that it feels too risky to talk about when you're on your own. And what you learn in couples therapy is how to create space for a more risk-taking, dynamic, interesting conversation that eventually you'll be able to take home and you won't need your couples therapist for. A Reddit user asks, is the inner child real or just therapy jargon? It's definitely therapy jargon, but it's also a real thing in the sense that we all carry within us our childhood and memories of what it was like to be a child, and we still have needs and feelings that pertain to that part of ourselves. Now, some people continuously grow from their inner child and keep evolving and evolving and evolving, and some people live in a more fragmented or dissociated way. I'm not saying this is a pathological way of being, it's just we're different that way. And some people really do keep within themselves a part that really is like an inner child, a part of themselves that hasn't necessarily developed and that they regress to or turn to under certain situations, and then they really feel inside like a child. But I think it's important for us to all, when we love another person, to actually tune in and to see that all of us still have childish, vulnerable, needy, small parts that are worth paying attention to. Katie Said It asks, are couples therapists not allowed to tell their clients to break up? It's not that we're not allowed as couples therapists to tell people to break up. I'm sure plenty of couples therapists do say to people, maybe it's time to break up. I tend to be kind of indeed an optimist and a romantic. Most of the time, I like to support couples in their attempt to find each other. And I don't really see my job as to tell people how to live their lives. I assume if they're coming to see me, they want to figure out a way to make things work. And it might be really challenging, and that's a good challenge to face, because the challenge in a relationship is to find a way to accept and know your partner and take them as they are and address what is coming up in you that is getting in the way. Was this cheating? Asks, last night I thought of another man while having sex with my husband. Should I tell him? There's no one answer to that. I mean, one's fantasy life is generally one's private experience and you don't owe it to anyone. But for some people in relationships, it's actually exciting and a fun thing to know about what's going on in your partner's fantasy life. And for some people, it's too threatening, so it depends on your partner. Tiams to me is asking, successful couples don't fight less than other couples. They fight better. That's a quote from John Gottman and Julie
Don't fight less than others, they fight better.
Schwartz Gottman, who have done a lot of research on couples work. I agree with that statement. Not disagreeing or not fighting is not a realistic possibility between two people that are obviously different, because you're two people. So you're not going to see the same way, you're not going to need the same things, you're going to disagree on things. But then what happens when you disagree? Couples form a certain kind of political system between them. So are you an autocratic political system? Do you try to control each other? Or do you try a democratic way of negotiating difference? Listen well to each other, figure out how to compromise, figure out how to take turns. Fighting well is an art. Bipolar Mind at No Ease asks, do men not realize that only showing affection when they want sex makes us disinclined to physical touch? Yeah, that is a pretty common thing that women complain about. I think one of the issues here is that certain men, this is luckily changing with the younger generation, sometimes do not really know how to establish a feeling of connection and affection and warmth when it's not sexual, meaning they have sex as one of their only languages to actually feel close to another person, which can be off-putting to a woman who has other ways of feeling affection and connection. Part of the work is to expand the vocabulary of what the man learns how to do. In a way, model and teach what it means to be affectionate when it doesn't immediately equal sex. Savage on Autopilot asks, for those with homophobic parents, how do I do it? Tough. Depends how deep it goes. I mean, some people are homophobic because of just lack of knowledge and not enough experience in the world. That can be a pretty thin layer of homophobia that, with enough patience and time, it's easy to break through. When homophobia is deep-seated and steeped in like a certain kind of fear and bigotry, I think part of it is patience and part of it is developing really good boundaries and not letting the homophobic parent poison your life. A Reddit user asks, is it common to just listen to your client and provide no insight? Yes. Listening and helping a client understand what they're going through often involves spending a lot of time quiet, opening space for a person to listen to their own thoughts. If you notice, most of the time when people offer each other advice or insight, it's kind of useless. It's rare for us to be able to offer something that is really helpful to another person, and it's better to be quiet. Mike Bain asks, if all feelings are valid, then does validation essentially lose all meaning? No. Validation is often a very good thing to offer another person. People have a deep need to feel understood. Local Bit asks, is the truth more important than people's feelings? In relationships, no. They both matter. So the truth will be useless if a person is too upset or too hurt to deal with the truth. So in a conversation or in a relationship, people's feelings are the pre-requirement to dealing with the truth, which is, of course, very important. When I say that the truth is important, I mean the truth of the matter, like the thing that really matters. I don't mean that facts are important, but sometimes people argue or talk about facts when they're really trying to get to the truth of what matters to them. And in that sense, the truth matters a lot. Rebellious Mindbox asks, what to look for in couples therapist? I think, first of all, to look for someone who you feel comfortable talking to, someone who you feel like is wise in a way that matters to you, someone that makes both of you feel comfortable and not like they're siding with one or the other, and someone who is not closed-minded or biased in any direction. You want someone who's open. United Biscotti 4402 asks, what's a sign that tells you a couple's relationship will not last? Well, first of all, I'm not necessarily in the business of predicting what people are gonna do and what's gonna happen, because people surprise me all the time. But there are signs that alarm me, that make me feel like it's not going well for these people. And that's when, first of all, when the kind of goodwill and curiosity about each other has evaporated for a long time, and all that's left could be a certain kind of disdain or contempt, which will kill the relationship. Sometimes couples get stuck in patterns that feel almost addictive, of like abuse or mutual put down, and when I realize that I can't convince the couple to move out of that stage or out of that mode, then I think the relationship is doomed. National Mouse asks, I am no longer in love with my husband and do not know how to get back there. That is a painful place to be. Sometimes people go through phases in their relationship where they lose touch with their love, or the relationship is changing in a way that the old love is no longer relevant. People are moving towards a new chapter in their relationship, and they may need to be patient and wait for this kind of new feeling to surface. But sometimes the relationship really is dying, at least for one person, and then it's a painful process of starting to say goodbye. Burn an Ego is asking, if trust is lost in a relationship, how do you gain it back to show your partner you're worth trusting? It's a great question. Trust is not something that you can earn by demanding it or forcing it. Trust is something that one experiences over time. And if trust is broken, what needs to happen is that over time, the couple needs to be convinced that they're in a new and different place. And sometimes it takes a long time of consistent, trustworthy behavior that registers with the other person and with the couple as the new reality of their relationship. So patience. Intuitive Empress asks, why do people think when they get in relationships they stop learning and studying their partner? LOL. People grow, change, and evolve all the time. One of the things that happens in relationship is that our perception of our partner can get fixed. And while our partner is growing, we don't really want to see it. There's something about it that might be threatening or alarming to us. And that's when the relationship starts freezing. But yes, people are changing and growing all the time, not to mention that we are governed to some degree by our unconscious, which keeps sending us all sorts of unpredictable messages that will change the scene anyhow. So yes, change, growth is happening all the time. Josliki asks, what do you do if your family member doesn't like your partner? Not an unusual scenario, and it's not an unusual scenario not necessarily because family members specifically don't like partners, but when you form a couple, you're forming a kind of a new unit, and the family of origin around that unit needs to rearrange itself, and that's not necessarily a comfortable rearrangement. So people will resist the intrusion of someone new into the family system, and that is a challenge for the couple to establish their own boundaries. I think if the relationship is important to you, you try to really create a good boundary around your couplehood and make the other family members secondary to your couplehood. Muggle Cat Lady asks, am I unfair? 37 male boyfriend hates cleaning. Should I charge higher rent? It's a funny way to phrase a question, but generally I think it's a good idea for couples to have a fair arrangement between them and something that feels fair to both of them. Now that's often a very difficult question because some people, actually most people, view their own work as more of a contribution than their partners. If a grown man doesn't like cleaning, it would be good to ask the grown man, what would you want to do instead as your contribution to the relationship? And it would be a good conversation to have. Happily Ordinary asks, how do I get over my husband cheating on me? Complicated question. There's no one answer to that question. It obviously depends on what happened. What was the cheating about? Was the cheating in response to something that's going on in the relationship, something that you can work through in the relationship? Was the cheating a habit that someone brings into the relationship? Hard for them to be honest, hard for them to be steady. Some cheating can be completely unrelated to the relationship. But just like establishing trust is something that takes time, getting over cheating is something that takes time and manifests in consistent behavior. Debris Away asks, has anyone broke their family's multi-generational codependency trait? Yes. Plenty of people have. The passing on of multi-generational habits, beliefs, ideologies, and problems is very common. We all come into relationships with our own past and with our family's past. We all carry within us a legacy of how to be in a relationship, what to expect of a relationship. I can think of a recent couple that I worked with where the wife was talking about how every woman across the generations before her divorced a failing husband, failing to thrive husband. And she was married to a lovely man, and she was like, I don't know how I break this cycle. How do I not assume that history is just going to repeat itself? So yes, it's a common thing to do, to be influenced by past generations, and it's a good challenge to have to do better. Sarvam Sarvatmakam asks, how exactly does psychoanalysis help the patient? If I had to quickly summarize the main tenets of how psychoanalysis helps, and I think it's a very powerful and wonderful mode, it is, first of all, in helping us become acquainted with our unconscious, with things that we're not aware of that drive us. And the second is to understand that what happens early in our history has a powerful impact on what's happening now in our lives. And once we learn what we're bringing in from our history, our own history, multi-generational history, we can become freer of it. Chipotle Lover says, I'm in an intercultural relationship, and sometimes it can be so hard. Please, any positive anecdotes, experiences, or words of wisdom would be appreciated. Yeah, first of all, we're living in a world where intercultural relationships are more and more common. I think intercultural relationships, in a way, manifest a more extreme version of what it means to be in a relationship in general, which is that you're in a relationship with someone who is different from you by definition. I find intercultural relationships particularly interesting in the sense that what you see in a much more explicit way is how culture shapes the private experience. It's always true. We all come from a particular legacy and a particular culture. We all carry within us different ideologies, different class systems. I mean, in a way, every couple is an intercultural couple, but when it's much more explicit, I find that it forces people to really tackle and be aware how culture kind of really shapes us. And the work that couples do when they're in intercultural relationships is pretty profound work. Okay, Megan Flores is asking, how do you know it's the right time to leave a relationship? It really depends. If the reason you're leaving a relationship is because of how you're feeling or because of something that's happening. If you're asking yourself, how do I know that I'm ready to leave a relationship, then you check in with yourself. Are you still curious about your partner? Is there still goodwill that you're generating? Or do you feel kind of like dead inside, like you lost the livelihood of your feelings? Now, if you're wondering about whether whatever's going on in the relationship is time to leave, that's a different question. Is the relationship feeling too toxic? Is it feeling like you're trying and trying and trying and nothing is changing? Do you feel like the relationship has sort of reached a dead end? Then it's time to go. Error Global asks, I think I have to leave, but I can't bring myself to do it. How do you build emotional strength to leave? How do you build the emotional strength? I think part of it is finding this sense of truth inside yourself, kind of knowing that that's the right thing to do, and being both brave and caring enough about your partner to do it well, meaning to do it with care for the other person, for yourself, and with respect for the relationship. Tumblecuss asks, husband, 37 male, was upset I, 33 female, guided him during sex. Not sure exactly how to interpret this, but what was upsetting about that interaction? If we're talking about a man that doesn't want feedback, that's an issue. Why not? What's the purpose of having sex if you're not communicating about what each other want? But if we're talking about someone who gives feedback in a way that is critical or humiliating, then that's good to know. Depends how you give each other feedback. People are very vulnerable when they're sexual with each other, and they want to be treated with care and respect. Mish Capisci asks, why is it when you're in a stable, fulfilling relationship, people want you to ruin it with marriage or kids? Couples often find that even when they're in a very content space, there's always this kind of drive to take it further, to go further. And one of the ways that marriage and kids introduce this further and more into a relationship is that marriage to some degree means you're forming a certain kind of contract with your community. So you're extending what you're doing with your relationship beyond yourself. And often you do that so that you're creating a space to raise kids. And For some of us, raising kids is an incredible experience that expands your own and your couple's meaning in the world. It's the option to take care of other people, which is, for some of us, like the best thing that ever happens. Like Tears in Rain asks, is resentment a normal, inevitable part of all romantic relationships? Unfortunately, we are not perfect as humans, and sadly, resentment is a pretty normal thing in relationships. It's not a great thing. Part of what people do, for example, in couples work is they figure out how not to accumulate resentments, but to, first of all, work within themselves about what's bothering them before they dump it on someone else, and then find a way to talk in a way that you're asking for what you need or saying what's troubling you, ideally without blame. And that's when you are less likely to develop resentments. Mocha Jav asks, do you always fight with your other half on the same things over and over again? Yes, in a way. Couples typically have 1 or 2 fights that happen in one way or another throughout their relationship. Ideally, you want that fight to evolve and change over time, but we do tend to repeat the things that bother us and matter to us. Temporary Headache asks, I, 38 male, accidentally ended up tracking my wife's, 38 female, periods and realized that my entire life revolves around her cycle. Concerned about her health and wondering if I should say something. First of all, let's ignore the fact that one accidentally tracks the partner's periods. I don't know what that means. That's not an accident. So, for example, if we talk about women's cycles, menstrual cycles have a lot to do with hormones. So women describe like all sorts of shifts. Actually, it's not always in one or the other direction. Shifts in their libido, shifts in how they feel within their body, or shifts in mood and irritability, shifts in how tuned in they are to their partner, depending on moods. The other interesting things about these cycles is that the pheromones change, and people who are really tuned into each other, like the partner's desire and level of libido, can change based on the woman's cycles. All of these biological aspects of our lives have a very powerful subliminal impact on all of us, not just on in this case, the woman. Direct Maximum asks, my wife always puts the kids first and rarely pays attention to me anymore, and I feel unloved. What can I do? That is not an unusual thing to happen in a relationship when kids enter the picture. Sometimes the partners need to settle into being somewhat marginalized by the kids that do take up a lot of attention, but sometimes this said wife might need some help to pull out of the hyper-focus on the children, and that is usually done not by way of criticism, but by making sure she has enough help or support with the kids so that she can pull her attention away from the kids and back towards her life as a love partner. Cranberry Jelly is asking how to address emotional regulation while still letting partner feel his feelings. Let me just first say that emotional regulation is a hugely important topic between couples, because there is a certain zone or realm of emotionality within which we function well as people. So when people are too shut down or too excited or too angry, they can't really listen to each other, and they can't really take in information, and they can't talk properly. And how to find a way that you feel comfortable with each other is the ongoing art and dance of being in a couple. We learn about our partner slowly and gradually what helps them regulate themselves. Like, are there things that you do or say that are too triggering for your partner and not conducive to a good conversation? Are there ways that you can, in your own behavior, help your interactions be more contained? And then you have to ask your partner to be responsible for their own level of excitation and their own regulation. Down Added asks, why would a woman never really initiate sex but says it's amazing and she seems to overtly enjoy it? There are many ways to think about this question. I mean, one is in traditional ways that men and women are raised, women are not supposed to initiate sex. They're not supposed to even want it. It's shameful. That's an old style way of gendering sexuality. And then there's the question of like individual preferences. Some people are just less inclined to initiate. They want to be pursued. They want to be found. And that's kind of their sexual orientation. That doesn't mean anything about liking sex. It just means that's their orientation. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't change. You can talk about it and you can see what works for the person, but it's not an alarming sign. Shor Shimon asks, my boyfriend, 26 male, distorts/changes the story about bad things that happened to him, and I, 26 female, can't take it. Well, there are many reasons why people distort things or change things. I mean, some of it might be actual conscious distortions because they might feel shame or they might feel embarrassed or they wish things were different or better. But then people constantly distort their own histories and their own stories because of defenses, because they're uncomfortable with things and they have a different take on reality than what other people see. Most of the time, the facts of the story are not really what's interesting. So arguing about facts or distorting facts is somewhat of a waste of time, because what's interesting is what matters to each person about the story they're telling. So if someone is distorting a story, what might be interesting is not arguing about the fact of what happened, but how does this person experience the story they're talking about? Okay, that's it. Those are all the questions. Hope you learned something and see you next time.
Good stuff.
My name is Sarah Edmondson. I spent 12 years inside NXIVM, one of America's most notorious cults. This is how crime works. It's hard to know what I would have done with my life if I'd spent my 30s building a legitimate company and not working for a narcissistic con man, a sociopath, sex addict who was pretending to help people with their goals. Other people might look at my experience and say, I would never fall for that. I would never fall for NXIVM, and that's so obvious. But anyone can fall for something. I first heard about NXIVM when I was 26. I had been an actress. I'd been living in Vancouver, and I was feeling like my career wasn't as meaningful and purposeful as I was hoping. At the time, I saw people around me doing wonderfully and succeeding, and I was not in the place that I thought I would be by my mid-20s. My boyfriend at the time was a filmmaker, and his film had been accepted into a film festival where I met the director of a film called What the Bleep Do We Know, Mark Vicente. He said, well, if you like my film, you'll love this workshop that I just took. And he introduced me to this program, NXIVM.
Shit.
NXIVM is the umbrella for a number of different organizations. Executive Success Program was one of them. There were lots of very intelligent, strong, successful people in their field who join NXIVM. Heads of state, entrepreneurs, actors, but everybody has what we call situational vulnerabilities. The program was a mixture of personal and professional development. It was more the promise of the community and doing something more meaningful and purposeful. I was a big personal growth junkie. My parents are both therapists. So I was totally open to this concept of personal development and growth, and I've been raised with the idea that you can make a difference and you can leave the world better, and this seemed like the way to do it. What we thought we were doing in NXIVM was looking at those belief systems so that we could evolve and become the people that we want to be. It was very easy for me to preach about it. I say preach now because I feel like looking back, I was very evangelical about it. You know, I found the path, I found the way, and the results of the work on me were palpable. I started to book more. I had a lead role in a film that was at the Toronto Film Festival. So people around me thought, you know, the proof was in the pudding. Unfortunately, I saw many red flags. I just had no idea what I was looking at. I was introduced to Keith Raniere as the most ethical, humanitarian, and one of the top 3 problem solvers in the world when I met him. I thought he'd created this curriculum that was groundbreaking and was going to change the personal development space, and he had invented something nothing short of a miracle. That's what I thought. After every class, we'd say, "Thank you, Vanguard," like bowing to somebody in the room that's not even there. So by the time anyone met him, they'd already have an immense amount of respect for him. I thought that if this man created this curriculum to change my life, in front of me, I'd be honored to meet him, like I was meeting somebody, like, meeting the Dalai Lama or something. It was very, I was very reverent of him, and I was. And I was at the same time, I was underwhelmed by his appearance. He had like this scraggly sort of Jesus hair, and it was very unassuming, very sort of normal nerd vibe. He was definitely kind of sheltered. He'd come out every now and then. It would be like this hush and this in the rush in a space where like, oh, Keith is coming, Vanguard's coming. He was charismatic in that he was very good at holding space for a room. He was very articulate, although he did use a lot of what I now know as word salad, where he would pontificate and tell, share sort of truth of the world that would resonate very deeply, and then go off on other tangents that I'd kind of miss and think, well, did I miss that? I didn't quite understand that, but everyone else is smiling and nodding, so I think, oh yeah, I'm going to smile and nod too, because I must have missed that one. And that was definitely part of his sort of mystique, is this highbrow intelligence. You always wanted to keep up and understand and learn and glean from him. I thought he was celibate. When I met him and was introduced to him, and the way that people spoke about him is that he was a renunciate, so he had no personal possessions. He didn't own anything, he didn't own a car, he didn't own his home, because he's so evolved. He's like a spiritual leader. He's a monk. He doesn't need possessions. He doesn't need sex. He's a renunciate, celibate, evolved man. I found out many years later that he was actually a con man, a sociopath, a narcissist, sex addict. That was a front for Keith to have a pipeline of basically fresh women for his sexual gratification. I never got too close to him. There was always something that I didn't feel good around him. But I thought that was my limitation at the time. The name NXIVM, we were told at the time it was a made-up word that he created that was like a merging of Greek and Latin, and something to do with like a gathering space. But later we found out that NXIVM was from the root Nexum, which had to do with debt bondage and slavery. I'd say the main tenets of all of the companies within NXIVM was, 1, personal responsibility. In other words, I cause everything in my life. Again, really helpful to own your life and your effects, but the downside of that is that if I say, hey, I don't like this thing that happened to me, it can always be flipped back in your face, and then the abuser won't take responsibility. The packaging of NXIVM at the time was called Executive Success Programs. ESP itself was the idea that you could evolve yourself and your limiting beliefs and become the person that you want to be with this tool set that apparently only this group had, and it was cutting edge technology in the space in personal development. This first training was actually 5 days, and it was just over $2,000 at the time. We're looking at belief systems. We're also learning basic life skills, time management, good communication, learning how to build your self-esteem, understanding how to interact in business dealings, scripting for asking for what you want in a way that is direct and honest and integrous. So there's a mixture of both business and professional. The setup for most of the executive success trainings and the 8 different programs under NXIVM was what was called inductive learning, or what we thought was inductive learning. Nobody was just talking at us. The setup was normally we'd be in a small circle, we'd be answering questions about different topics, and then there'd be a video on the screen, and Nancy Salzman, Keith Raniere's right-hand woman, she would be explaining the concepts, and then we would go, oh, I see, that's what it is. And then there'd be another round of discussion, and then a breakout group, and then a debrief. Sometimes there were forums. Keith would do a forum where he would answer questions. In the initial signing of the application, there was a lot of pressure, a lot of what we call scarcity mentality, like this is your only opportunity, and this might not come back your way again. And I had a bit of FOMO, and I didn't want to miss out. So that pressure that I felt to sign up right at the beginning was the very first red flag. The head trainers very systematically and succinctly shared that we are here. I committed to my growth. I would paid money to grow, and that any growth would be uncomfortable, which is true. So they said, if you feel uncomfortable and you have the urge to bolt, we ask that you stay in the room and talk to one of the coaches and not leave. In one of the early trainings, there was a game called Rating and Ranking, where we had to, in a circle, before we even answered the questions, put everybody in categories of most to least. I think it was attractive, honest, intelligent. I had many, many instances when I wanted to leave, but I also knew that I couldn't get my money back, and I wanted to please Mark and show him that I was, strong enough to get through this. It can take as little as 3 days to indoctrinate somebody into a new belief system if they're open and there's enough repetition, which is what happened. I think that if anyone were to spend, 10 to 12 hours a day with a therapist for 5 days, you'd work through a lot of stuff personally. And so I did. I looked at different aspects of my life and what was working and not working. It's almost like I cleared away the cobwebs or lifted up a veil. And when I left, I could see clearly. I understood myself better. I understood other people better. So one of the things that we were quite proud of at the time in NXIVM is that we believed that the personal development or even the therapy world was not measurable. There's no way to tell, are you growing? Are you successful? So we thought that we had this martial arts system of growth and development, and that when you join NXIVM, you'd get a sash, just like you get a belt in karate. I got to green sash, something I was very proud of at the time, because I believe there were somewhere between 12 and 14 when I left out of the whole company. I was part of a circle of friends, mostly actors, a little women's group that I actually helped coordinate, and I just came back to that group and I said, I found the answers. I found the thing that we've all been looking for to take our careers to the next level and work through all the stuff in our personal lives that were stopping us from being optimal. I felt like I had the map to success, a secret handbook that nobody else had. At that point, I'd sunk thousands of dollars, and that number kept up over the years to way over $100,000. People paid anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 for trainings, and I don't know what the most anyone's ever spent, but hundreds of thousands of dollars on curriculum. And really where NXIVM managed to expand is they tapped into certain echelons, specifically the political elite in Mexico, who were very well off. People paid to take trainings, and then that payment would go to the people running the trainings, the people producing the trainings, but the bulk of it went to the organization itself. And depending on where you were in that hierarchy, you'd get none of the money or a lot of the money. And of course, that was always met with the feedback from the upper ranks saying, well, you just need to work through your issues so you can get to the next level, which would be where you get paid. I was one of the people that did get to that level, and then they would use people like me as poster, like I was really a poster child for those other people. Like, look, if Sarah can do it, then anyone can do it. So the headquarters for NXIVM, the mothership, was in Albany, New York. Mark and I opened the first Canadian center in Vancouver in 2009. There were centers in Mexico City, Monterrey, Guadalajara, Leon. I used a lot of my own personal money to keep it going because the percentage that the company gave you to run the center wasn't nearly enough to even pay rent. And it's a similar structure to what I see in a lot of organizations, especially MLMs, multi-level marketing, which is built on this idea of what I call, it's actually a chapter in my book, the illusion of hope. I always felt frustrated with the growth of the company. There was always things that didn't make sense, like why don't we have a new website? I had an opportunity to bring the curriculum into Lululemon. Lululemon was using Landmark as their curriculum at the time. They wanted a new curriculum. I had heard that, and I got a meeting with Nancy and the people that were, choosing which curriculum to use. And they were like, great, let's do this. And basically Keith said, we have to come to Albany and take a 16-day training. And they were like, can you come to Vancouver or the Lululemon, you know? And so if I didn't know any better, he was sabotaging things. This is an opportunity to bring NXIVM, ESP, Executive Success Programs, to Lululemon. Why wouldn't we do that? And I found out later it's because he knew that it was under scrutiny by such a high-level company, they would see through the facade that he was a charlatan. So he could only have it grow so much. He just wanted it to grow so much that he could have a certain amount of money and a certain number of, you know, fresh, young women at his disposal. I see now that it was 100% a pyramid scheme, in that it was a pyramid. There's somebody at the top and people below them, and the scheme was the lie. The lie is, join this curriculum and you'll reach your success, reach your goals, have everything you ever wanted. But it was, again, the illusion of hope dangled as a carrot to lure people in. We don't know for sure, but somewhere between 17,000 to 20,000 people went through NXIVM. I don't have an exact number of how many people came through the Vancouver Center, but at any given time, our membership was 100 to 200. It was all word of mouth. It was all direct connections. We didn't advertise at all. How I was trained to spot people that I want to bring in is to go to, you know, a workshop or to go to an event and look for bright lights, people who were leaders, people who were already shining and wanting to do big things in the world, and bring them into our little group. People were used in different ways, including the Dalai Lama. Like we used to say the Dalai Lama endorsed Keith's book. I will say that anyone is susceptible at the right place at the right time. Other people might look at my experience and say, I would never fall for that. I would never fall for NXIVM, and that's so obvious. It's very obvious to me now. And that's fine. Maybe you never would. But everyone is susceptible to a con or to be lied to or brought into something that is a lie. And it's just really about the right place at the right time and the right trusted person. I got married to Nippy Ames, and we had our baby in 2014. I've been there for 9 years, and all of a sudden, you know, I'm a mother, and my values priority shifted. My internal commitment was starting to fall apart. The years leading up to that, it was falling apart, but I was still so attached, and I really wanted to make this work that I couldn't see it. In the same way a lot of people greatly revered and you know, put Keith on a pedestal, I probably did that more with his second in command, Nancy, and Nancy's daughter, Lauren. Lauren was the head of education. She was only a year older than me, so I really resonated with her and see myself in her in terms of I wanted to be like her. She was a head trainer. She was very intelligent. I loved when she trained a curriculum because I knew that my friends, if they saw her on stage, would be like, this is it. I want to do this, because she was so relatable and so funny and stylish. So she's somebody who I really connected with probably the most in the whole program. I was invited into this badass boot camp for women by Lauren Salzman, who's somebody who I loved and respected. She was the godparents of my child at the time. DOS, which is what they called it, Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which I didn't know at the time what it meant. Now we know it means something about master over slave women. So just like with NXIVM, you know, about master sororium, which time DOS, which is what they called it, Dominus Obsequious Sororium, which I didn't know at the time what it meant. Now we know it means something about master over slave women. So just like with NXIVM, you know, we thought it was this beautiful personal and professional development community, and it was actually a front for Keith to have a harem of women that he was coercing and controlling. But what we were told it was this group of women, like a sorority, who were going to hold each other accountable to their highest goals and their ideals. And so when she invited me to this thing that would take my growth to the next level, and I'd already committed to doing whatever it took to go to the next level, it was an easy yes. And then there was another element of it that was sort of exciting. Nobody knew about it. It was secret. There was a secret girls club. I knew that other women were in it, but nobody knew who was in it, and it was sort of hush, hush, hush. That part was fun. But I also knew that I was going to get a tattoo and be a part of this, like, you know, get an initiation and meet my sisters eventually. When I was first invited, I felt very uncomfortable. And of course the response was, well, that's how you should feel. You want everything to be on the line so that you do what you say you're going to do and be committed to your goals. I had to give collateral, which is the NXIVM word for blackmail. So it was something that I was putting down as my word for secrecy. This had already been introduced in NXIVM years before, so that was kind of normal for me. I had known that other women had given much more damaging collateral, including like sexual videos and very personal confessions, some of them true, some of them untrue. And now we know it's also like a lot of what they collected was for Keith's pleasure. So I had to give her a letter of confessions of bad things I did when I was in my 20s. And then she took a picture of it and sent it to someone. I assumed it was a woman. And I was told it wasn't bad enough and I had to do another one. And that was the collateral that she held for me to then hear what this group was. She was going to be my master and I'd be her slave. In my mind, I live in Vancouver, she lives in Albany, I'm not really going to be her slave, this is a game. But ultimately, I was taking a vow of obedience to her. I had to be on call. All of us had to have our phones on all the time. We had to be available to respond to our masters at any moment, even when we were sleeping. You couldn't be unavailable unless you were, in an elevator or in the ocean or something like that. Even when you were in the air, you were supposed to try to get Wi-Fi and let people know if you couldn't. It's so crazy. We had to respond within a certain time frame, and we found out once because we failed a drill, and we were told that someone could get locked up if we failed again. As soon as I'd committed to this thing, I had a pit in my stomach and felt like it was off, and was trying to figure out how to get out of it from the beginning. There was a number of things that kind of made me realize this is not a women's group. This is for Keith. Ultimately, what woke me up is attending this ceremony, which is still to this day triggering to talk about, to walk people through. I flash back off into the moment of it and wonder how I got through it. It was unbelievably painful. Even when I gave birth, I had epidurals, and before the epidural was excruciating pain, but nothing was as painful as this. So imagine a brand that basically sliced the skin open slowly and created this design, what I now know is designed on purpose to create a trauma bond with my sisters and have us feel like we're part of this special thing, and that we wouldn't tell anybody, also because there's a level of embarrassment and shame. One of the reasons why cults like this go on to exist is because if people have the luxury of waking up and getting out, they don't want to tell anybody because they participated, and it's embarrassing. That night, when I was still indoctrinated and believing I was doing something in that world, I was doing something, this is part of the NXIVM rhetoric, painful to prove my commitment and to develop character. I would prove my strength and my worth to myself, and then I could do anything. And I felt that way. I actually felt really proud of myself. Once I was fully in, then it was revealed that I would have to hand over new collateral every month. Now, this was a lifetime commitment I was making, so I'm thinking to myself, I've got to do this every month. I got a bit more and more collateralized, more and more opportunity to be blackmailed for the rest of my life. What I found out shortly after leaving is that that's basically what Keith was doing with women from even before he started NXIVM. He would bind them into some sort of obligatory relationship where he would have something over them. DOS was the first time it became systematized. So once I was fully collateralized, I was told that I had to give collateral every month, and that I also had to recruit my own slaves. Something that I didn't really want to do because I wasn't in myself. I was fully in with NXIVM, but this was like, I don't even know what this is. Like on one side of my brain, I'm thinking, how am I gonna get out of here? This is crazy. People think we're a cult. This is insane. And then the other part of me going, well, you're a green sash and you're committed to this, and the other women here are lower rank, and you gotta suck it up and be strong and be a leader to them because you committed. And my relationship with Lauren became very strained at this time because it was very much a similar dynamic of an abusive relationship, which now I know is what Keith was doing to her. And it wasn't actually the night of the branding that woke me up and snapped me out of it. It was weeks later when I realized that the symbol on my body, that symbol, when you look in the mirror and you turn your head to the side, was Keith's initials. I was trying to figure out how to get out because I didn't want to give collateral for the rest of my life, nor recruit a bunch of slaves into something that I didn't fully believe would give Keith the body. That symbol, when you look in the mirror and you turn your head to the side, was Keith's initials. I was trying to figure out how to get out because I didn't want to give collateral for the rest of my life, nor recruit a bunch of slaves into something that I didn't fully believe in yet. And meanwhile, a lot of things were happening that were huge red flags, and specifically two of his closest friends from the beginning, Pam Kafritz and Barb Jeske, the purple sashes, the two purple sashes, the highest rank other than Nancy and Keith, died of cancer. The funerals were very strange because the highest rank other than Nancy and Keith died of cancer. The funerals were very strange because they were very showy and more like a wedding than a funeral. And I couldn't put my finger on it at the time, but I was very uncomfortable, especially when Pam died, because also he presented her as like his life partner. And at the same time, Mark Vicente, who had brought me in, was my business partner and helped me open the center. He was leaving. He wouldn't tell me why he was leaving unless I signed an NDA. Under that NDA, he told me what he knew, which was not the whole picture because he didn't know about the branding, but what he did know is that women were part of a secret group and they were getting assignments. Some of the women had the assignment to go seduce Keith and that sex was involved. I knew about the branding because I'd been branded, and I somehow felt safe under his NDA to tell him what I knew. And together we had the first time we had a fully honest conversation about everything that we had seen and experienced. And with that, we were able to piece together what we actually now know as the true nature of DOS, which is like a blackmail pyramid scheme with sex. And I believe that's what Keith's plan was for me. All of a sudden, all the things that had ever been said about Keith in the media, for my friends and family, were all just suddenly glaringly true. And I woke up like that. It was not a slow thing anymore. It was just instant. The rug got pulled out from under me and my reality got flipped upside down. Now I'm no longer this recruiter for a personal development group. I'm like part of this nefarious sex cult. And what are we gonna do now? And it was a very, very scary time because I didn't know who was in it. I didn't know how deep it was. I didn't know how much collateral people had. All I knew is that I had to get out. And Mark and Nippy and I and a few others, Mark's wife Bonnie, we just strategized very quickly how to get out and how to do it without them coming after us, which of course they did because there's a playbook. Silence defectors. We ended up having a whole strategy about how to basically cause a scene so that people would start to understand what was going on, but also step away in a way that they felt like that we wouldn't be a threat. Because Next team didn't go after people who left. They went after people who left and said negative things. Mark Vicente had set up a meeting for me at the FBI office, and I told him everything I knew, and then crickets. I had this image of them like storming the center and stopping the next round of branding, which was supposed to happen that week. But yeah, I went to them, and they didn't do anything, and so then we decided to go to the press, and then the New York Times article came out in the fall of 2017, and that's really when the proverbial hit the fan. I mean, this was probably the most traumatic, scary time of my life. I wasn't sure if I was going to be followed, if they were going to come after me. They did. One of the leaders came to Vancouver and tried to get the Vancouver police to arrest me on a bunch of charges that they basically made up. Fraud, mischief, and theft. Apparently, it was that article that got Moira Penza, my prosecutor hero in New York, to say, hey, we got to do something about this. And her and her team in the FBI acted very quickly to extradite Keith, who was hiding in Mexico like a little coward, and deport him and hold a trial and have an incredible legal stance that was quite obvious who the bad people were and who the good people were, and put him in jail for 120 years. In that time period where they don't know what I know, I was trying to let people, as many people know, the truth. I'm still shocked about what was revealed. Like, when we blew the whistle, there's what we knew, and then there was so much more revealed at the trial that was shocking, mind-blowing, incredibly upsetting to know all this was happening while we were involved. one of my dear friends who's married, who is in DOS and having to perform in sex acts with Keith, and just really horrific things that have just shocked me. Like, I thought I knew the worst of it, and it was so much more. And specifically with Lauren, what was heartbreaking is that I found out that he'd been promising her a baby. She was in it for the long term. She missed out an opportunity to be a mother because she was waiting for Keith to, grant her that honor to carry his child, which he was promising to many women. The wake of Keith's destruction is unimaginable. And there's probably more that we don't even know about. My understanding is that he was kind of playing the victim, and that he was misunderstood, and I believe his lawyer was always painting him as, maybe unconventional, but always a good man, trying to help people, and that maybe went too far, but he was never trying to hurt anybody. Keith Raniere is convicted of all 7 charges, including sex trafficking conspiracy, wire fraud conspiracy, forced labor conspiracy, and racketeering conspiracy. And the jury only took less than 4 hours to deliberate. It was very clear. When all of this kind of came to light and the vow came out, what I didn't realize is that the vow opened up a world where people in all different religions and cults and abusive relationships, anything there was coercive control or gaslighting, people watched that and saw themselves in it and felt that they were no longer alone, and they felt seen. I had no idea that was going to happen when we did the vow. Like, even when we were filming it, we were documenting it partly for protection, because we had to show what we were doing, and we were trying to do the right thing. And I never thought this footage would become an HBO hit during a pandemic and reach people in all over the world and give them hope to get out of the situation they were in some cases avoid a situation. I can't even tell you how many people wrote to me saying, I almost signed up for this thing or joined this thing, and then I saw the vow and I realized what the red flags were. I wrote the book just actually as the trial was underway, and was finishing the book in the middle of the trial. So it's really my story of getting in and my time in NXIVM, and then up until the trial. The book is called Scarred: Escaping NXIVM, the Cult That Bound My Life. We started a podcast called A Little Bit Culty, and we look at things that are a little bit culty and a lot culty and everything in between. Unfortunately, there's thousands of cults. We don't actually know how many specifically, because they keep popping up and they've been under the radar, and they remain under the radar until they're not. Every episode we're talking to somebody from a different group or religion or organization or field of expertise, and we've come to the conclusion that any group can become culty if they're not already. They may start altruistic and start with great ideals, but with the right, or it's in some cases the wrong person involved or at the helm, they can take a turn. We've also come to the conclusion that everyone is susceptible. Nobody is immune. If you think you are immune, you are the most susceptible. And really, truly, the only actual immunity is from educating yourself. So that's what we try to do now. We actually made an episode specifically for people who have friends and family that are involved in something they are concerned about to be perhaps a bit culty. And the best advice I would say to them is, don't tell them that they're in a cult. Don't put them on the defensive, because it actually reinforces what the group has said to them will happen from people on the outside. You want to give your friends and family a lifeline to the outside world. You want them to feel safe and not judged by you. So if you can just be present with them and loving with them and try to be genuinely curious, like, oh, tell me about this group and what do you do there? And oh, I didn't. Oh, so you don't get paid for the work that you do? For example, just ask questions in a way that maybe the person could start to get back to their critical thinking, because often that's been taken away. And you want them to have someone to call if and when they start to have doubts. The first piece of advice I like to give people is to know that, and this is easier said than done, but that you're already whole and that you're already complete and you don't need any of those things. But oftentimes we feel that need. I'd say if you feel like if something's being sold to you based on an assumption of your neediness, and they're offering the antidote to that, they're offering the answers, and they're dangling a promise of salvation or success and it's all there. Everything you need is there. That's a huge red flag. Nobody has all the answers. Do your research. If you type in, is blank a cult? Does anything come up on the internet? Are there articles from actual legitimate publications saying that this is problematic from legitimate sources? And what's the company or organization's group response to those allegations? Oftentimes people will say, oh, they're just jilted lovers or so-and-so went crazy. That's a huge red flag. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So that's my advice to people is forget the word cult. Is this toxic? Is it healthy? Can you leave? Can you be yourself? Do you have your full self in this thing? Or are you cutting off parts of yourself to be accepted and to feel belonging? I didn't do anything for a while because I felt like I needed the brand as proof. People didn't believe it, and I had to show people to say, this happened. And anyone who was in NXIVM who was still indoctrinated would look at it and go, well, what's so bad about it? Or, but didn't you choose it? Didn't you say yes to that? That's when I knew they were gone. Anyone outside of NXIVM would look at me and go, be horrified. Like, I'm so sorry, Sarah. How did this happen? So a couple of years ago, I had it like completely surgically removed. I'm really glad that his initials are off my body. What's my biggest regret? I try not to have regrets because I don't think that's a healthy way to live. I really love my life now. I love my boys, and I wouldn't have had my boys if I had not met Nippy and NXIVM. Sorry, I'm gonna cry again. I mean, I can't help but wonder what my 30s would have been like had I been a part of a legitimate group, a legitimate company, and built something that was real. But like I said, if I had done that, I wouldn't be a mom to my boys and living in Atlanta and having this adventure. So
What can I get for you today?
I think I don't want to say everything happens for a reason because I don't know if it's that exactly. Obviously, I wish that I had not gotten grounded, but it caused me to wake up and be able to be an advocate for survivors and be on this path of cult recovery advocacy. So maybe it was somehow meant to be somehow. I don't know.
Up with you.
Hi, I'm a producer on How Crime Works. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment below with more ideas of topics you'd like us to cover in this series.
Insider.
We'll watch this video about me first.
It's really annoying when video game gets interrupted by some DEI woke bullshit, and I'm like, Jesus, I was playing a video game here. Can you just leave the video games alone? You know, you don't want to do things that damage art.
He's right. Yep.
It's a glorious day knowing that the mainstream games journalists are melting down right before our very eyes. And as my tweet right here says, 2025 will be the year mainstream gaming media dies for good. F every single one of them. And of course, I use an iconic meme.
I'm going to be honest. I think that probably is not true, but I think it's definitely becoming more true every year. Like, I think that whatever they were at, they're probably going to be half of where they were at before.
And we add Trump to the equation because we know that's going to upset them. That's going to upset them big time. But I do believe that this is the year that the mainstream games journalists are going to absolutely lose all relevancy whatsoever. Now, they've lost most of it, but now
like
it's
90% of it.
Time for the fans and the independent content creators to stand up and just make sure that we drown them out because they are liars. They do not care about video games. They've never cared about video games.
I completely agree with them, by the way, about this.
And the more that independent voices rise up, the more triggered that they become. Here is a clip from Asmongold that I think speaks perfectly to everything going on.
Here we go.
Listen to what Asmongold has to say right here. This is glorious, and it just shows you how much things have changed in just a few years compared to where we were.
I know that people are going to be mad about that, going to be upset about things that I say or whatever. I want to let you know that no amount of crying, complaining, getting mad, pissing yourself, making Reddit threads, getting upset about this, the only thing that does is it